Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, welcome. We're going to be getting started very shortly. Just bear with me one moment here, just getting a few things kind of situated on my end. Wanted to make sure we're all set and ready to go for today. So, yeah, bear with me just a minute as we get into a lobby. We are still in the early rounds for today. If we go ahead and take a look at the bracket, you can see here that we are still relatively early on. Sorry, just getting it ready over here. Okay, so yes, we're well along into the tournament. Should be getting relatively close. We're almost to the quarterfinals actually already, which is pretty good. Considering the tournament's been running, what, 2.5 hours at this point? That's pretty solid. Maybe about halfway done in terms of the time commitment, but looking pretty good so far. Let me just see if I can get in a lobby here, and we'll go from there. But yeah, let's transition back over to this. This going here. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of downtime initially. I thought I had a lobby lined up ready for us, but guess not. Okay. Okay, I think we got into a lobby here. Let's go ahead and jump in with Hanadins and Thunderwolf. I'll just get the scoreboard updated as well here. Finally, got my scoreboard updated. It's now matching the World Championship color scheme, converted from the Summer Championship color scheme. Pretty good there. Just getting it all ready to go. Okay, yes. Hopefully y'all are doing well today. It's been a really nice, relaxing weekend so far for me. Had a wonderful day with my fiance. Yesterday, went to some window shopping with some Christmas decorations, look at some camping gear, some other fun stuff. Yeah. Generally had a great time. Been very much enjoying time with her and so forth. Sorry, getting distracted here. Here, Thunderwolf versus Hanadins, that's right. Okay. On map. Let's see, around that. I'm not showing any builds here. We are on round 3. Let's see. Round 3. This is the Arnheim map. So, okay, so it looks like we're probably just starting then. All right. There Cool. And we're gonna have what? Corn versus Warriors, it looks like. So let's... Right, look at that. Look at that nice new scoreboard. Right. Are evolving. Excellent. Did I qualify? No, I did not qualify. I actually probably am not going to compete this time around. I honestly haven't been playing that much multiplayer for Total War Warhammer recently. I've been casting quite a bit, playing some land battles, a little bit of domination here and there, but I'm definitely not in practice enough to compete well, you know, to give myself a good showing. So I just decided to stick to casting this time around. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe in the future I'll compete. I might join one of the later qualifiers, you know, towards the end of the month, but I have a lot of real-life stuff going on. I have a lot of extra work for my real-life job. This is kind of one of the busiest times of year for me for that, so I unfortunately just don't have a ton of time these days to practice. And hey, what's up, Hydro Franz? It's been a hot minute. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. You guys should be getting started very shortly here. Yeah, looking at the map here. Or sorry, the bracket. A lot of really good players playing today. A lot of really good players have already qualified as well, so it should be interesting to see how this kind of develops as we go along. Of course, this is going to be an ongoing series of tournaments, plus then the big grand final for some time, so be sure to join if you feel so inclined. Like I said, maybe if I get some time to practice towards the end of the month, I feel comfortable with my my skill level, maybe I'll jump in and try it out. Never know. A lot of things can happen. Yeah, I guess they elected not to use the tournament map pack. I don't know. I wasn't really privy to those discussions, but here we are, and it's going to be Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos. Might pop a map, a blocker up. I have one. Let's see. Let's see if I can just do this here. Okay. Go like this. And can I spy some builds? And it should be fine. Have to remember to transition it back off. Yes, okay. So both players, yeah, Hanedin's definitely ready to go here. Thunderwolf's still getting his picks locked in. Be ready to go relatively shortly. Moving right along today. Let's see, if we're just starting with this round, it's probably, what, an hour or so, hour and 15 minutes per round-ish, depending on if they go to 3 games or not, but, yeah, so probably a solid 3-4 more hours at least, maybe 5 hours, possibly, depending on how long the games go. But should be a good time today, you know, we're chilling. Who's going to win the bracket? That's a good question. Adris is a very strong player that I know well. He's in this bracket. AC Maiden already got eliminated. We've got Gromrindle, Lunacy, Hanedin's here today in this lobby. Is a very good player as well. Trody and Tretch. Yeah, we'll see. It's anyone's game for sure. Yes. What's going on with you guys? Tell me about what's going on in your lives. You guys out there who are watching currently, games you've been enjoying recently? Are you still playing Total War Warhammer 3? I myself have been playing quite a bit of modded campaign, but recently took a break, jumped into Bannerlord. Modern Warfare 2 came out, so I've been playing a little bit of that as well. I picked up Victoria 3. I haven't tried it yet, but I do have it installed and ready. Probably going to try that out maybe next couple weeks sometime if I get a little bit of free time. It's hard because, you know, I have like 1 or 2 hours a day, you know, to play something for myself, and it's just, yeah, it can be tricky sometimes, but yeah, Human Boys tournament took around 8 hours, and this tournament's already been running since 10 a.m. my time. It's now 12:41, so everyone in the Dark Tide waiting room, throw your hands up. Yeah, for real. I know a lot of people are waiting for Dark Tide. With mods, I've really been enjoying. Oh, dude. Stainless Steel for Med 2 is insane, Shetland. It's honestly like the definitive Med 2 experience right now, in my opinion. You ordered a smoothing machine and you want to get jumping stilts for Christmas? Well, you know what? That's great. Sounds like you're having a grand old time. Smoothie machine. That's awesome. I want a smoothie machine. Yeah, I haven't really dove into mods for Shogun 2 that much, though. I know there's some really impressive ones that add in, like, Mongol invasion, or, like, the full Korean peninsula, like the Korean invasion. Need to check out some of those, but, yeah, mods for Warhammer 3. The Norse Dwarfs mod is awesome. I think I mentioned that recently on stream. The Albion mod is really cool. I've been playing some Guns of the Empire. Yeah, it's fun time. Divide and Conquer is great too. Oh yeah, definitely. And of course you have like the Elder Scrolls mod for Med 2, which is also really good actually. It's difficult. Some of the starts are very hard, but it's fun. It's super fun. Master of Strategy. I'll have to check that out. Might actually write that down. Let me make a note of that. Master of Strategy for Shogun 2. Yes. Excellent. So, okay, I'm going to pop back over here so I can take the screen blocker off before I forget, and we will move it right along. Call of Warhammer is a blast. Absolutely. How is Bannerlord after release? It's pretty good. I mean, it's still more or less what it was before, but it's just, like, complete now and seems to be relatively... I mean, I've had some small bugs, but nothing really super game-breaking. All the features seem to be implemented. That's another game, too, with a really excellent mod scene right now. But, yeah, I've been really enjoying Bannerlord lately. Reinstalling Morrowind. It is that time of year, just about. Just playing WoW as well. Oh yeah, the new expansion just came out for World of Warcraft. I have, like, a bunch of people in my family are playing it. I have absolutely no interest to return to World of Warcraft. I played it a lot back in the day, and just, yeah, the way that they kind of design and structure the new expansions just bothers me, to be honest, but cool. Yeah, Bannerlord's pretty fun. I would definitely recommend it. Anyway, let's take a look at what they've got now on their starting armies. I did see a little bit of what they brought in reserves here, but Hanadin's going cheap and wide here with the Herald of Khorne. He's got a skull cannon, a bunch of Marauders and Marauder dual weapons, a single throwing axe horseman, and a single anti-infantry Minotaur as well, which is super cool to see. Yeah, 121 weapon damage on these guys with an 18 bonus versus infantry. It's absolutely insane. It's like 140 weapon strength almost. And then, of course, Warriors of Chaos. Who else would it be but Be'lakor up in the air? He's got some Marauder Horsemasters supporting 4 Horsemasters and 3 Warriors with great weapons. Looks like some Marauders coming out of reserves immediately. Mists of Pandaria was the last good expansion. I enjoyed parts of Legion. I will admit, I enjoyed parts of Legion, but I would broadly agree with you. Yeah. Anyway. RimWorld seems decent. Haven't played it, but I've looked at it. Yeah. I'm thinking of picking up Star Wars Squadrons, because I love, like Battlefront 2, the original old school Battlefront 2 is one of my favorite games back in the day. I do miss the space combat from that. I'm kind of craving like a space combat game right now, so I might pick up Squadrons. We'll see. I don't know. There's a few different games that I'm looking at potentially, but I'm pretty content with what I've got right now in terms of putting plenty of hours into stuff. But Wasteland 3, yeah, I've heard great things about Wasteland, the series. I've played a little bit. I didn't get all the way through it, but I did try playing the original Fallout some years ago, and I did enjoy it, actually, quite a bit. But just didn't quite ever finish it for whatever reason. I think maybe ran out of time or just lost interest, who knows. But right now, the Skull Cannon is doing some nice little counter-skirmishing here, but the Marauder Horsemasters, the fabulous purple Horsemasters here, are getting some really solid damage into these Khorne Marauders. Granted, they are just Khorne Marauders at the end of the day, so how much value is that actually? It's not a ton. And that Skull Cannon, man, just hitting like a nice side shot through those Horsemasters. A lot of people don't realize Skull Cannons are great cannons, and cannons forever in Total War have been great against artillery. Like, that's been true since we saw our first cannons. I mean, even arguably in like Med 2, they were pretty decent against cavalry, but especially from Empire on, they've just been great shooting at cavalry units. They'll kill multiple models, and although it is a single entity artillery, right, so it's not going to be as efficient as like a full battery of artillery models, it still can get some pretty solid damage in. Like right now, it's already used up a decent amount of its refillable ammunition, and it's already gotten like a third of its value, right? So pretty good stuff there. Of course, can fight in melee as well, regenerate some HP. I think it causes terror, if I remember right. Does it? No, it just causes fear. That's okay. But yeah, can self-heal with that Gore Feast and replenish some HP. I love this Khorne build, says Lirak Bookrat, and I agree. I love the key support Minotaur, too, to come in here and break this worst Crippins here. Some really nice anti-infantry AP damage, and they're able to saturate on top of the Marauders and just support them very efficiently. Super great to see. Horsemasters are starting to charge in, though, and an immediate countercharge from the Khorne Horsemen. They're high damage. They should be able to punch back very efficiently. Be'lakor is going to drop down and potentially try and snipe this Herald of Khorne here, I think, but he's got to be careful. The warriors that would have been supporting this position have now routed, and the Minotaurs are in a dangerous position. That said, the Horsemasters also can get in here, throw some jabs point blank on the Minotaurs there. We'll see. But Skull Cannon is worse shooting than the Kislev Bear Cannon. Yes, that's true. It is worse shooting than the Kislev Bear Cannon. It's also quite a bit cheaper than the Kislev Bear Cannon, like 200 or 300 points cheaper. But yes, can grind very well in melee, especially supporting like on top of infantry units. But a nice bit of shades here. It's a couple of Khorne Marauders. These warriors managed to break through, and then the Minotaurs, although they're dealing a lot of damage, also sort of overextend slightly and end up getting jabbed pretty badly here. But the jabs are getting attacked in the back by some Fleshhounds here. I love this Blood Shrine up on the high ground to help support these warriors and just help the warriors with dual weapons actually trade very well against the warriors, sorry, the Marauders' dual weapons against the warriors' gray weapons here. Of course, I mean, with that extra melee attack, look at that. Their Frenzy plus the Totem of Endless Blooding up to 52 melee attack. Even though they're only 17 defense, you add that extra 5 bonus versus infantry on there, and they are very efficiently hitting those warriors even doing some pretty good damage as well. And then, of course, armor-piercing damage of the shrine itself helping to contribute. But here on the low ground, things have turned a little bit sideways for Khorne as a lot of support units start to run out. The warriors are still behind on army damage value, but these Khorne horsemen are having to pull away, just use their throwing axes here to try and dish some damage. I don't know why Be'lakor didn't just stay and try and finish that Herald. Herald's actually been punching him back decently well, but there's no way that he can stand against a big, nasty beater like Be'lakor. But here comes Be'lakor again, charging in, this time with supporting units for Khorne. It's not going to be as efficient of an engagement, although they almost all pretty much rout instantly. Not great, but Hellstriders get a decent charge against the Minotaurs. They get countercharged immediately by Marauder Horsemen, though. And again, this Blood Shrine's in here with the Skull Cannon as well, just juicing up all the melee attack, up to 40 melee attack on those Marauder Horsemen, just passively between the Frenzy and that Totem of Endless Bloodletting. So, yeah, sort of an overlooked unit, both of these motorcycle chariots for Khorne. I love them, though, and I love to see them put to good use here. Fortunately, the Khorne Herald is going to bite the dust here. He does get the Unbreakable army ability, the Relentless Rage, to make him unkillable and unbreakable, at least for a short duration. That is going to run out in about 5 seconds, but he was able to actually fight Be'lakor. If you get one more attack, nope. Aw, big sad. Anyway. Yeah, at this point, though, I love the Blood Shrine just coming and, like, aggressively attacking Be'lakor, juicing up the Minotaurs, although they're very low on leadership. Yep, they're going to tear her out there. They were still able to get a little bit of damage in the meantime, and like these Marauder Horsemasters, yeah, they're going to continue to contribute damage as well into those Minotaurs. Blood Shrine's going to have to be a little bit careful, but with all these Khorne Horsemen hanging around, I think the Khorne Horsemen in the surround on Be'lakor probably actually do okay, given their high damage and everything else, but the Terror is definitely going to be an issue, so I love the Flesh Hounds rushing into him. The physical resistance will get bypassed by their magic attacks, of course, and high damage will just be good against the low armor of Be'lakor. Very cost-efficient trade for Khorne. And right now, Hanadins is putting on an absolute Khorne clinic right now. Just full shucked here as he is dominating all 3 objectives. And Thunderwolf has had a really hard time getting to any of these. Shrine Aficionado. Yeah, I love this. I love this Khorne build, and it seems to be prevailing quite well against what I would sort of perceive as a quite meta Warriors of Chaos build, right? Like with the with all the Skirmish Cav and the Hellstriders and Be'lakor, it's certainly a lot of the most sort of perceived powerful units what we see in the game. But let's see, there's still a lot of game time left, and the army damage value-wise, Thunderwolf isn't that far behind yet, so we'll see. Be'lakor can definitely pull this back if he's able to use them effectively. Like this pocket for Khorne's actually looking very weak. Got some Flesh Hounds here still being supported by that Blood Shrine, but their leadership is very close to giving out. All the Marauders are out there. They rout in the center. The Skull Cannon's forced to pull back. Mobile forces for Khorne very swiftly responding, making sure to get in range of Be'lakor and make sure that Skull Cannon hopefully doesn't get killed. It is going to take quite a bit of damage here, but a nice countercharge from those Hellstriders trying to intercept the Flesh Hounds. And meanwhile, these other Flesh Hounds here eventually do give it up, with the Blood Shrine still supporting. So, yeah, things are looking a little bit dicey, but the thing is, Hanadins could just hurdle up on this top ground objective right now and win on a single capture, right? Like, he doesn't really need to be committing his forces that heavily down here. But another key Flesh Hound interception, with now the Blood Shrine getting into range and the Skull Cannon able to continue to replenish HP, perhaps. Nope, looks like it's going to try and run from Be'lakor. That said, that's going to pull Be'lakor away, and he's going to keep taking free hits, more or less, from the from the Flesh Hounds. You see how he's like barely has the mass to get through them, so he's going to go through them very slowly, it looks like. But still, not a comfortable situation for him to be in. Meanwhile, the Skull Cannon pulls away, shoots on the move, so as it's charging in there, and get a nice attack. Hellstriders come over to try and finish off those Flesh Hounds. They get Dark Master, they get Melkos, all the debuffs, trying to bail Be'lakor out here. But time is not on Be'lakor's side as he starts to falter. That said, he did manage to get back. He's within about 500 in army damage value, so Thunderwolf is definitely scrapping pretty hard here. Not trying to stay in striking distance, but time is running out. Let's see if he can get ahead in time. I love this little Doom blob, though. Like, the Skull Cannon fighting in melee with the Shrine. Appreciate for a minute how awesome these units are. Leading up with more broken bones. You'd be lucky if you left with your skull, to be honest, still attached to your body. But yes. Yes, indeed. So there you go. Looking pretty dicey overall, but things are progressing in the right direction for Thunderwolf. Army damage value-wise, he's actually managed to come back and now take a slight lead as he won that center engagement pretty decisively with Be'lakor and whatnot. But that said, I mean, he's going to need to get a pretty fast triple cap in order to save this. I don't know. I mean, Thunderwolf is starting to take the lead now, and Hanadin's is starting to run low on units on the field. He doesn't have a ton of supply either to continue resummoning, but as long as he can maintain at least one objective for about another minute or so, another 2 minutes, he will bring home the bacon. So let's see. Right now, technically, both of these objectives are still under the control of Khorne. That center one just now falling to Warriors. So, oof, it's looking dicey. This full collapse from Warriors now onto this one objective is looking very risky. But, man, those Khorne, you gotta love the YOLO of the Khorne cavalry, just straight into the side of the Hellstriders in what is absolutely a doomed engagement. It looks like Hanadin's might have lost this. We'll see. Thunderwolf is now pretty far ahead on army damage value, almost 1,000 ahead on army damage value, and looking pretty tough. I don't know if Hanadin's is going to be able to reclaim an objective, but it does look like he gets cavalry up on the high ground here. Be'lakor is going to have to utilize his mobility well at this point. Yes, Warriors have managed to get the triple cap, but they now have to defend all three objectives at the same time, which can be a little bit tricky, but let's see. Hanadin's trying to save up some more supply to get some more units in here. And he does have plenty of time to react. One thing you could do if you're in Hanadin's position is just to pull back, try and rally some forces and go just push on one objective. Again, you've got some time to try and work with here. You don't necessarily need to be YOLOing units in and throwing them away. But let's see. This Marauder trading well out on the low ground, but definitely very exposed. And I think, unfortunately, that Thunderwolf has pulled this out. I say unfortunately because I really like this Khorne build from Hanadin's initially. But, let's see. Yeah, got a Helm's Deep at one point. It is possible. Definitely is possible. Let's see here. The problem is, too, that Thunderwolf can keep just bringing in cheap Marauders and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't know. Hanadin's only has 5 units on the field. But looks like he's going to try and go for the cap. Again, he only needs about, 50 seconds? So not even a full minute of a single capped objective to try and win this. This huge blob of Marauders is streaming in now. He's got more Hellstriders coming in. Oh, the Hellstriders need to get a charge. Oh, yes, okay. I'm going to say, if the Fleshhounds don't get a charge into the Hellstriders, that's going to be a big problem. But the Fleshhounds should trade okay here, and then the Khorne Horsemen immediately collapse from the flank. Look where Be'lakor is at, though. Utilizing that mobility, as I mentioned, to just get into position very quickly. Nice mill cost there on that Khorne cavalry, and the Hellstriders trying to get a little bit of a flanking position here. This Khorne cavalry also probably should have charged in already, but let's see if Khorne's going to be able to get this objective. It doesn't look like it. Unfortunately, the Khorne Horsemen, as good as they are, I really like them. Leadership is still not incredible, so let's see. This unit charges in, manages to do some great damage, and yeah, Hanadin's going to throw in the point there. Or throw in the towel, rather. Unfortunate. I really liked that Corn build initially, but he just wasn't quite able to finish off Be'lakor, and I think that's part of what came back to haunt him. Like in that center engagement, I also probably would have been good if he could have pulled away the Hell Cannon, or sorry, the Skull Cannon and the Shrine up to the top ground objective and just turtle up on that point. Maybe it would have worked out okay. Hard to say, but definitely a nice game back and forth. Love to see great Skull Cannon play there. Love to see that Blood Shrine performing quite well. The rest of the build is pretty decent. I mean, stuff gets some okay value. The Marauders of Khorne, I mean, unless they're buffed, they're just really quite poor on their own. But they can get a lot of work done if they're buffed up. Yeah, Be'lakor, almost 4,000 damage value, kind of to be expected. Really should not be in multiplayer, in my opinion, unless they give him more significant cost increases. But there you go. Let's go ahead and get to the next round here. Update the map situation to Death's Pass. Excellent. GG indeed. It was a fun game. Nice back and forth. Like to see that. Taking a look at the bracket here, we still don't have any quarterfinal matches set yet. If we do get any quarterfinal matches set before we finish this round, we'll probably jump to that, but it looks like we're all still on the round 3. So, fine there. Ah, yes, indeed. Right. Oh, it's cold. Glad I have my PC to heat me up because it is chilly. Had our first snow of the year recently in the last couple weeks. Had a couple of snowstorms actually come through. Nothing sticking to the ground in the valleys here in Salt Lake City, but in the mountains they are covered in snow already, which is great. We need the snow, but it's cold, and I'm not a fan of the cold, so I think I might order myself some soup here or something. Yeah, let's see. Okay. Right. Also waiting for full release of Baldur's Gate 3, probably 2023. Yeah. I've been keeping my eye also on that in the background, but not something I want to jump into yet. Yes. Some soup. I just ordered myself a nice, I decided to actually go with a Thai-style curry, so yeah, that's going to be delicious, but I'd take a break here when it arrives in about 45 minutes to an hour, but we'll have plenty of time to go on today's tournament, so be sure to grab your favorite snack, grab a drink, grab a smoke, grab a cuddle buddy if you're so inclined. Pull up a second browser with your favorite game, or a second monitor rather, or obviously be playing on your primary monitor with the stream on the second monitor, but you know what I mean. Whatever you want to combine with this viewing experience, you are invited to do so officially. Hey, Raw Unleashed, love your content, man. Asking is top notch. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you sincerely. I really enjoyed doing this. It's kind of amazing to me to think about like how long I've been doing this. It doesn't seem real sometimes. Like it's so ingrained in my day-to-day living that it's just natural at this point. Like, I don't know. I'd feel weird if I wasn't doing it, I think. I think Warriors of Chaos will get nerfed. I don't know how significant of a nerf it will be, but I really do hope, you know, 2.3 they said was coming mid-November, so I'm hoping within the next week or two we see some news on that front. But biggest thing would be to just nerf Marauder Cavalry, you know, all Marauder Horsemen, including throwing axes. But then, yeah, Hellstriders also should get a significant nerf. Those two things, plus like another Bellicore cost increase, I think would be enough to equalize Warriors of Chaos. Yeah, how long have I been at this now? I want to say I released my first video in the summer of 2017, so it's been a solid 5 years plus. Yeah, it's been 5 years, which is crazy to think about. It's been awesome. And yeah, I mean, all the friends I've made along the way, the cool people I've got to interact with, so many great games and tournaments and experiences. Definitely has been a blast, so thank you. I appreciate it. This is the Medieval 2 soundtrack, Medieval 2 Total War soundtrack. It is a staple of my streams. It's one of the best soundtracks ever made for a game, in my opinion. So, yeah, nice. I should probably update the factions, too, and the scoreboards. So, Thunderwolf was able to take that last game. We'll give him a point. And then update the factions. It looks like now Hanadins is going for Warriors. And Thunderwolf is going for Grand Cathay. So, Cathay is not a faction we typically see in Domination because they're so good in land battles. They are pretty good in Domination, though. And, yeah, I'm genuinely curious to see how this matchup goes. This is one matchup, weirdly, that I haven't played that much. Because people tend to just ban Cathay or avoid playing them in land battles. And, yeah, I mean, I just haven't been playing a ton of Warriors days because they are so strong. Like, since, you know, the early access of Champions of Chaos and such, I haven't really... I mean, I played a lot of Warriors in a very short amount of time, so... It's not a matchup I'm terribly familiar with, but just thinking about it on paper, even like Marauder Great Weapons, Warriors with Great Weapons, supported by obviously Bellicore and Horsemen, going to be a tough nut for Cathay to crack. We'll see. Now, let's see. I don't know. I think it's fine them having all the marked stuff because the problem is that Slaanesh stuff is just too strong right now in general. And then, yeah, I mean, a lot of the other marks you just don't even take, really. But I don't mind having Warriors being able to take all the marked stuff in a limited fashion, just because, like, it's still all, like, melee infantry, cavalry, chariots, skirmish cavalry, right? There's no, like, skirmish infantry or, you know, stock vanguard guerrilla infantry or, there's no, you know, there's no, like, 4 cannon battery or whatever else. It still fits all sort of within the design framework of Warriors of Chaos, but it just gives them more, like, synergy options, in my opinion. The problem is, of course, like I said, that a lot of the Slaanesh stuff is just straight up overtuned, and other than the cost increase, there's no downside for Mark of Slaanesh and Mark of Tzeentch. Both of those tend to be very strong. Lore of Tzeentch also probably needs a little bit of nerf, which, you know, I hesitate to advocate for, because they should be a strong Lore of Magic, but, yeah. I think giving Bellicore to Warriors was a mistake, though. I don't think that Bellicore should be on Warriors of Chaos. Like, available maybe for custom battles only, but not as a regular standard multiplayer lord. But I don't think they're going to remove him necessarily, which means We're going to have to look at significant cost increases or other nerfs. It looks like these two are proceeding on to their next game, so let's bring the music down. Yes, thank you so much, Med2. Soundtrack Battle of Toland is that track name. And let's see here. We've got Be'lakor Triple Troll. What? Hanadins is a true champion of the people. I mean, I know trolls are less of a meme now than they have been in the past. They're actually pretty solid right now. But in a domination context, it's certainly an interesting one, given their low leadership. But let's see here. For warriors, of course, Be'lakor Hellstriders. We've got the Chaos Trolls, 3 of them, and Marauders up front. For Cathay, looks like 4 Iron Hails. We've got a Dread Balloon, Sky Lantern, the OP Shooting Gun, Lord of Cheapness, Lord of Yin, I should say, and single Crane Gun. We've got some Jade Warriors, Spears. Looking pretty good. Yeah, in land battles, Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos are less oppressive. They're still strong, don't get me wrong, but they kind of fall into their patterns of, and they fit a little bit better. I don't know, like Slaanesh specifically in Domination, because they're so fast, and they actually have staying power now. Yeah, they just dominate in Domination for that reason. Warriors also having access to some of the key Slaanesh units that allow you to win decisively in Domination helps, but yeah, they both can run into some problems in land battles, definitely. We'll see, though. I think the stuff that needs nerfing, though, for Slaanesh and for Warriors also does... I mean, the nerfs aren't going to, like, make them completely useless in land battles. I think that they're... I mean... it'll just bring them more in balance. Like, Warriors are probably top 5 land battle faction, but I don't know. Yeah, Be'lakor is a lot of what's propping up the Warriors right now, I think. And it's sad, too, because a lot of the other lord choices for Warriors are very good. Like the generic Nurgle Lord, like obviously Festus was just insanely OP for a minute there. But he's still okay in a lot of situations. I actually really like the Slaanesh Lord on the Chariot sometimes. He's relatively cheap, and he has devastating flanker on a great armor-piercing single-entity Chariot, which is hilarious. Yeah, the Corn Lord is cheap and very strong for how cheap he is, given his stats. Archaon's also just a beast. Olek still exists. I mean, there's a lot there for Warriors that you just don't see very often because Be'lakor is present. So, yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be mad if they just removed Be'lakor from multiplayer. Warriors of Chaos in land battles requires a patience that many don't have. It's true. I mean, it depends a lot on the matchup you're playing, but a lot of it does require a lot of hit and run and kiting, and, I mean, it depends, like I said, on the matchup, but one of my favorite builds, actually, in land battles that I haven't played in a while, but is actually the Nurgle Sorcerer Lord plus 2 Shaggoths. So basically you have, you know, the Shaggoths to heal and to world beat, and they can run around. You support them with Marauder Horsemen and Hounds. Relatively mobile, and then maybe a couple of key infantry units to protect the Nurgle Lord, or you can put him on horseback, run him around with the mobile units, but yeah. Yeah, the Marauder Horsemen are definitely one of the things that needs the most nerfs. They could have been nerfed a long time ago, to be honest, given how they've been the best skirmish cav in the game secretly for some time. I don't know, since, like, Mortal Empires in Warhammer 2, maybe that long. It's possible. Secretly, they've actually been the best skirmish cavalry in the game for that long. Hard to say, but I'm biased towards Pistoliers, of course. I would tend to favor them, but both players just kind of playing, yeah, very defensively. You can see here that Be'lakor is lurking, maybe trying to go snipe the Shooting Gun Lord. I'm not really sure. Maybe trying to cycle charge this position. Got to be careful of the Righteous Lances, though. They've got armor-piercing damage and just great stats. They'll be able to trade okay against Be'lakor. Although they're also going to be a really nice target for Melkos Mystifying Miasma. Just looking at their stat line here, Melkos is most efficient against 25 and up. Just under that, literally, at 24. But relatively low HP pool overall, and no healing available for this Cathay build means that these guys are literally prime targets for Melkos Mystifying Miasma. Yeah, I don't think that marked units are really the issue. Spellbound makes a great point. I mean, besides, like, the Hellstriders, which there's not an unmarked version of, right? Like, if you had an undivided Hellstrider, you'd probably take that over the Slaanesh Hellstrider every time, but Nurgle is terrible in land battles in many ways because they really struggle at not getting kited. Like, they just really can't take advantage of some of their best strengths against many factions in land battle because they're too slow and they just get killed by ranged units. But, yeah. I think that Be'lakor should be available to only demons. Like, demons is really not that great of a faction without Be'lakor. Be'lakor makes them, like, mildly playable, but I definitely think that you should have demons available in multiplayer because they're honestly not that great. But that's the only place where you should be able to take Be'lakor. Like, you should not be able to take him with a Warriors build. Nurgle might need missile resist. I don't know. I hesitate to advocate for too much for Nurgle because their playstyle can get super cancerous. It's, like, really unfun and kind of brain dead to play against. So, I don't know. I need to look at Nurgle more in depth, really see what would be the best solution to make them interesting and also still fit within their theming and everything. But, I don't know.
You have the foe's victory point.
Yeah, that's a Hellstrider problem, not a marked problem. Exactly. That was kind of my point. It was, yeah, the marked units, I mean, you rarely actually see them. Like, you might see some of the marked horsemen, but even then, horsemasters are kind of just better in a lot of ways. Yeah, you might see, like, marked characters, but really, I mean, pretty much always right now, if you're playing Warriors of Chaos competitively, you want to be using all of your marks on Hellstriders. Like, maybe if Hellstriders weren't so OP, you would actually see more marked units from Warriors, but right now you just don't even see them, really. But I love this just, like, prong attack here from Hanadins. Rather than contest in the center, where Cathay can potentially bring all these guns to bear, they have a lot of resources dedicated there. He just kind of circumvents with a huge amount of value, just kind of putting a holding force here to keep Cathay honest, but then charging through with all these trolls here. Trolls get extra something. Buffing them. Oh no, that's just regeneration. That's hilarious. Yeah, the trolls are technically fighting here. They did manage to capture this objective. Marauders with great weapons eventually do start to rout off, though, as these ancestral warriors cause terror. They're not long for this world, though. They're only, what, 15, 14 seconds left until they're off the field. So once those ancestral warriors are gone, it should be a lot easier for the trolls to hold. But Cathay, sensing this, is going to immediately pull up a second unit of ancestral warriors. So that's a lot of Winds of Magic being used right off the bat, just to get some nice summons. And it might be able to actually push back this Warriors of Chaos aggression here. But right now, like, all of this stuff is basically useless. Like, yes, there's a chance these trolls and marauders might come attack, but you could definitely pull the Iron Hail Gunners and all your missile resources to be focusing on this position here. But let's see. Trolls managing to hold for the time being. Will their leadership survive this engagement? They're doing okay right now, actually. But taking a severe amount of damage from those the crane guns, rather. Weren't quite able to rout the Righteous Lances, although they are causing the Righteous Lances to take some friendly fire damage as well. But yeah, so far, Warriors technically still controlling this objective. Jade Halberds, Jade Warriors on the objective here. Ancestor Warriors still holding as well. And the Trolls rout right off the side of the map, which is kind of to be expected. I don't know. Personally, I actually really like the Khorne halberds. Even as warriors. I know it's not a super common pick, but in certain matchups, I really like them as an alternative to the regular halberds. But the problem with a lot of the Khorne units is the lack of melee defense. Like, losing melee defense actually really hurts. It's probably one of the worst stats you can lose. So the fact that Khorne units both cost more and have less melee defense really, really hurts them. Let's see here. Well, I bet we'll get Snake Men at some point. It just might take us several years, especially at Creative Assembly's current DLC production rate. It's very, very low, unfortunately. So, yeah, I mean, we might get them at some point in the very, very distant future, but probably not anytime soon. Anyway, let's take a look at the front line here. These Chaos Chariots, of course, because of Jade Warrior's mass, are going to do basically nothing. That defensive stance, giving them extra charge resistance and armor, of course, also does mean that they're going to take relatively little damage here. But Chaos is deploying some forces onto that objective, sensing that this kind of flank attack not necessarily going great, although the Warriors are still hanging around. The Marauders coming in here. Be'lakor going to drop a big rear charge, and with no more Ancestral Warrior summons, like the Shooting Gun Lord would have to be retreated and resummoned to get access to any of those, which honestly might not be the worst idea right now. I don't know how much else the Shooting Gun is really going to do besides just casting more spells, but anyway. Yeah. Looks like the Warriors deploying onto the center. I love these Undivided Forsaken here as well. Forsaken are just generally a really nice unit against Cathay. High damage and high attack means they can make consistent contact. You don't have to worry too much about the lack of defensive stats as much, too, against some of the lower damage output Cathayan infantry. But nice bit of shades here from Be'lakor as he continues to scrap. And Hanadin's is a little bit behind on value still, but similar to what we've seen in the last game, is starting to take battlefield control from Cathay, and like 4 or 5 units just routed right off the side of the map right there for Cathay. They were ahead on the unit count, but now it's basically even. And finally, these Marauders are going to be deployed a little bit further forward, again, just to keep this entire force here honest. This is like, what, 1,500 plus, like 2,000 resources here that are just dedicated to not doing anything, just like looking at those Marauders across from them. But let's see, this fight in the center is still going okay for Cathay. They're able to at least hold the objective for the time being. And some nasty hail of gunfire coming in for Be'lakor. Speed being heavily debuffed. Shadow Shroud, one of the strongest single abilities in the game, is going to help shrug off a huge amount of that damage. But let's see if Be'lakor is able to punch through. The Chariots are also trying to punch through and get back, disrupt those Iron Hails, maybe get some good charge damage in there. But let's see. Nice little flank attack from the Trolls here. Got some Marauder Horsemasters online as well, some Hellstriders. And a bit of shades, sorry, the Talons of the Night here, right on those Jade Warriors. And more importantly, of course, the Chaos Warriors. But Forsaken busted through the line here, getting up into the second level, going after those Iron Hails. We see a ton of Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen come out for Thunderwolf. And he's going to try and counterattack here and retake that slide objective. But Hanadin's is threatening a triple cap right now with this center pressure as well. Trolls getting a nice rear charge in here. I love the pick of the Trolls. I don't know why. It just makes me so happy. Just a unit that hasn't historically seen a lot of use. So to get them in a situation like this in a tournament, yeah, they're pretty solid. Pretty solid. And their leadership buff, I think all Trolls got a very minor leadership buff in the last patch. And that is just enough to hold them in many cases here. Like, we've seen a number of situations there, those Trolls are actually routing, but we've already seen a number of situations in which the Trolls were like wavering, super low on HP, or low on leadership, but managed to hold out just that little bit longer. And that's where that leadership buff comes into play. Be'lakor's having a tough time here, though. He's facing a lot of gunfire, and Thunderwolf is just getting further and further ahead as he deals damage to Bellicor. Look at that, like a 4,000 value lead for Thunderwolf as he just holds this choke point with all these Cathayan defensive infantry. And Hanadins hasn't been able to keep this objective long enough to really build up a decisive victory ticket lead to try and, overcome that damage value difference. But Bellicor here overextending, just facing massive amounts of Iron Hails. Yeah, +5 leadership, which is a considerable amount. I mean, that's definitely enough to save you in situations where you might normally rout. But Bellicor, understanding he needs to just support this engagement so he can win quickly, rear charge quick to proc a terror route on those Peasant Horsemen, Marauder Horsemen, and the Hellstriders moving through. And although it doesn't show here, probably a lot of Hanadin's value is coming from chasing routing units off the side of the map right there. I mean, probably both players have lost a lot from that, but look at this, the Trolls, the journey of the Trolls, moving up and around the flank here. And yeah, Greenskins are doing better because the braver Trolls too. Yeah, I had noticed that. In general, I think Trolls are a fun unit that have never really been super meta in Total War Warhammer, even since Warhammer 1, so I totally wouldn't mind a patch where Trolls are just, like, really strong, to be honest. If we could have just, like, 2 or 3 patches where Trolls are legit the meta, that would be awesome, actually. Honestly, Empire's not that far. I think their infantry just needs to be a little bit cheaper. Like, state troops kind of get outclassed. They used to be some of the most cost-effective infantry in the game, but these days they just get outclassed and out-traded by, like, Jade Warriors are a great example. They're way stronger than state troops for the cost. So, honestly, just reducing the cost of state troops a little bit, and great swords also be included in that as well. That would go a long way into fixing Empire's problems. But look at Bellicor facing huge amounts of Iron Hail, gunfire. He takes huge amounts of HP damage, gets actually forced into instability, and it looks like he is going to disappear in a big hurry. No, manages to recover his leadership, but then faces more volleys of Iron Hails, and down he goes. Like dust in the wind there, Bellicor disappears into the night. Will it be enough, though? Hanadins is still hanging around, like, about 4,000-ish points behind, damage value behind, so it's tough to say whether he'll be able to hold, but the Trolls, certainly that Lord died leadership penalty is going to come back to haunt the Trolls especially, and he's not far enough ahead yet where he can win on 3 cap. He's pretty close, actually. Or sorry, on a 1 cap, Hanadins, but he does need to hold the 2 for a little bit longer. This Peasant Longspear also coming in to threaten is not great. We see the Forsaken immediately moving to respond, but yeah, Hanadins at this point just needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught up on the defensive and start just losing value, right? Some Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen trying to bypass that position of Marauders. Smart play there just to force a positioning issue. And Trolls routing, Hellstriders still holding, actually, chasing a number of routing units, eating up these tattered Jade Lancers in the back line. Just excellent value there. 1 unit of Hellstriders goes all the way up and around and is counterattacking back to try and hold that objective number 1. So Hanadins, all hands on deck to try and prevent basically what happened last time from happening again, which is that he gets out value traded and then ends up losing at the end by getting triple capped. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, he's able to win on 1 now. It's true. Yes, he is able to win on 1 now. And actually has a decent amount of breathing room as well, so he just needs to hold the 1 objective. But Cathay pressuring heavily with the cavalry onto Chaos home objective, so to speak. The Marauders are trying to support. Peasant Horsemen are going to trade very badly here. The Jade Lancers will do better because of the armor, but look at this. Huge amounts of Jade Warriors finally realizing they have a lane to advance here. There's nothing really stopping them from doing so, going to support that engagement, but Warriors are able to hold on just for a hair longer. They're able to hold on for a hair longer over here as well, and well, you might criticize the splitting of resources here instead of just YOLOing all into on the 1 objective. I kind of do understand to a degree as well, though. You know, just to try and hold both objectives for as long as possible so that if one folds, you know, you still have the other one online. And it's looking like, oh, the subjective number 1 especially, the Hellstriders were able to collapse fast enough Chaos Chariots coming through, interrupting those Jade Lancers, disrupting them. You got Marauders pushing past those Peasant Horsemen as well and just getting to defensive position on the objective. So it looks like Hanneden's able to hold this time around and not face the reverse triple cap. Cathay's biggest weakness is moving. Yeah. I don't have anything to say to that. Yep, and Cathay eventually does get that home objective back after suffering through most of the game without it, but fortunately they're not going to be able to take this objective realistically in time. It's like it's going to be a Warriors victory, so we'll just get in close, soak up some of the views as they finish that up, and it's going to be a 3-part series, folks. What a great game. Really well played to both players. I love this build from Hanneden's. Man, I'm going to just like be stealing some builds straight up from Hanneden's today because this is really something spectacular. The Trolls, although they didn't get that much damage value tactically, just really nice to have. Of course, Bellicor carries super hard as expected, as do the Hellstriders. And the Chaos Chariots even contribute a little bit as well. Love the pick of the Forsaken, too, for the speed and attack stats, even if they end up getting pretty badly hurt. But, yeah, 2 very close games. Razor-thin wins both times. These 2 players are, like, as close to evenly matched as possible, I would say. This is an excellent series. I'm really glad that I decided to jump in on this one first, man. Just really, really awesome. So, yeah, let's put the music back up. Let these guys get their picks going once again. Yes, indeed. And I will check the status of my Thai curry order. Okay. And bear with me, guys. I'm going to be right back. right. Like they're still trying to get their picks and bans worked out, but Thunderwolf is thinking Dark Elves. Put that on his here. And as we're waiting, let me look at the bracket. Also, you guys can take a look here. So, got Subutai versus Blood Penguin ongoing. Tretch versus Hitman Hippo. Thunderwolf versus Hanadins. The winner of this will go on to face Lunacy, who just prevailed over Grombrindle. We've got Don't Try So Hard versus Drakens. The winner of that will face Zarix, RTK Zarix. And then this Korean name, which I do not know how to pronounce, will face the winner of Hadriz versus Czar. So we're moving right along. We're getting real close to the quarterfinals now, folks. And yeah, just lots of great stuff incoming. So stay tuned for more. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, unfortunately that is the case. I apologize for that, but yeah, for whatever reason, I don't know. I wasn't part of the decision-making process for whether or not they should use the map pack, the community-made map pack, but evidently they decided against it for whatever reason, which is fine. I think there may be some desync issues or just other issues in general trying to play with the mod, so yeah, I agree though. Nice to have some of those new maps mixed in. Tournament's not officially backed by CA. They've been, I want to say they've been signal boosting like the signups and stuff. Like they're not putting any sponsorship money up for it necessarily, but like Hanadin's gonna go for Cathay this time, so we're gonna get some more Grand Cathay. That is interesting. More Grand Cathay just for you guys. Cathay versus Dark Elves on Crossing of Sea of Claws should be interesting. Should be very, very interesting. Alright guys, I'm going to go back to eating my curry. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, that was delicious. Nothing like a masamon to warm your soul. Okay, and I'm ready. That was a little spicy too. Oof. Woke me up for sure. Yeah, ogres are actually very good right now. I was gonna say, since they fixed the capture weight for ogres, they seem to be performing really nicely. I mean, their units are strong, and they're great in land battles. As long as you know how to build correctly, how to approach different matchups correctly, how to not just YOLO face charge into a staunch line of spears and archers, should do fine, actually. But yeah, I really like ogres. I'm looking forward to them getting some DLCs in the future as well. Spicy. Good though. Man. What's your guys' favorite foods? Like, favorite cultural foods? I mean, obviously I'm biased, given that I am Brazilian and I work at a Brazilian steakhouse, but I love Brazilian food. Definitely Thai and Indian are both up there for me. Here in Salt Lake City, we've got some freaking delicious Thai and Indian places. I also obviously love Italian food. Like, who couldn't love Italian food? Freaking Greases should give me extra gold. Oh yeah, when you take him in your army, yeah. If Greases had 90 armor, he actually might be okay, to be honest. Oh yeah, the ogre, what is it, the Bruiser mod, I think? Is pizza cultural? Well, I would say so. There's distinct different pizza cultures, I would say. Like, American pizza is very different from Italian pizza, but I would say that the pizza broadly falls into your, like, American cultural food is, I mean, pizza is a part of that, but it's not, like, one of the defining features, I would say, right? Oof. Olive salad, that sounds delicious. Curry is freaking delicious. I really don't... Ashkenazi, oh, dude, oh my goodness. Ashkenazi Jew food is delicious, definitely. I actually know someone who... Yeah. Peppers and sausage, definitely. Let's go deeper into sausage, though, as these guys get started on loading into their game, because sausage is not just sausage. There's a lot that goes into sausage, and, like, what kind of seasonings you use, right? Different sausages have wildly different flavors depending on what meat, what seasonings, you know, the preparation, the casing. So, like, I'm not trying to say, like, I'm, like, a sausage aficionado, because that would just be a hilarious thing to say, but... Yes. Peppers and sausage. But, like, what kind of sausage is what I'm asking. Well, to be fair, the American food section at most local supermarkets is basically just, like, processed foods. When I talk about American cultural food, what I mean is, like, Texas-style barbecue, right? Like, barbecue sauce, buffalo sauce, like American-style hamburgers. If you have pizza that has barbecue sauce on it, then that's, I mean, that doesn't get more American than that, so... Yeah. In my mind, American food is like barbecue, right? That's, like, one of the defining features of American food is barbecue. But, yeah, I know it, like, Americans also have... Processed foods is a big part of our food culture as well. You can't deny that, so... Dude, Arab food is ridiculous, too. Like, at one point growing up, one of my friends had a Lebanese stepdad, and he made us some, like, chicken this one time for 4th of July that was... I mean, nothing more American than eating chicken cooked by a Lebanese guy on the 4th of July. But, yeah, it was so good. Oh, my goodness. And their pastries, for sure. I know, now I'm getting hungry. Yeah, Hanadins is a really good player. Hanadins is, and he's also, I mean, he's taken some awesome builds too. Which is, my guess is the American food section. Like, I've seen some pictures of, like, in the UK or in Europe or in other places. It's like, you know, you got your processed cereal, right? Like Fruit Loops or, you know, Reese's Puffs. You got like canned peanut butter, like weird, like processed foods like that. Everybody loves shawarma. That's true. Mac and cheese and steak. Oh, dude. Like a baked mac and cheese casserole with lobster. Like, holy cow. Or, yeah, I've had some, like a barbecue or a buffalo chicken mac and cheese. Also very, very good.
We fight not only for our lives.
Yeah, I mean, sushi is... Most sushi you get in the US, and I guess this is true with a lot of cultural foods in the US, is that they sort of get, like, Americanized, and in many ways kind of fall away from what they were originally intended to be. You see that a lot with sushi, a lot with, like, Mexican food as well. But, man, tacos, like, legit, like, authentic, real Mexican food is ridiculously good. I have some very good Mexican friends that anytime I go over to their place growing up, their mom would be like, here, have some tamales, please. Like, I'll be viciously offended if you don't eat, like, 4 tamales. So, at that point, like, what are you gonna do? You know? Anyway, let's take a look at the build here. Shooting gun, we've got some rockets, as expected. I did expect, since this map is terrible for line of sight artillery, I expected to see some rockets, and we do have some peasant long spears. We've got some horsemen here. Jade Warrior crossbowmen with shields. We've got some more of them. Shields is a nice touch here, so they can counter skirmish with, like, dark shards and stuff. We've got a couple of masters on foot. Very interesting choice. Anti-large AP, good leadership, decent stats. 36 attacks, actually not that great. But got the Karens of Cain over here. A couple of dark shards there. A couple of Corsairs in the center. More dark shards. Malekith on a cold one, riding around, cackling with his lightsaber. Some Corsairs and with handbows. So Finnish candy is also god tier. I'll have to try it. Greek food. Oh, dude, for sure. Like, Chicago and Greek food is... Oh. I'm actually hoping to go to Greece next year on my honeymoon, so I'm hoping to get some from the source. But anyway, lobster rolls. Oh, yeah. Good baked mac and cheese. Dude, mac and cheese is definitely my favorite comfort food, like, by far. That or, like, tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches. Oh, delicious. Anyway, right now the Rockets, they've managed to stay clean. A Storm of Shadows and then a nice, quick summon of Iron Hails to respond against the Crows of Cain, and they just get blasted out of the sky there very efficiently. Meanwhile, Malekith just kind of getting bogged down. I mean, he's fighting Jade Crossbowman, which is fine, I guess. But he's not really contributing all that much to the rest of the battle. Here also, the Dark Elves are waiting. I'm not really sure. They definitely should have pushed up and taken this objective to start getting ahead on victory points right away. But oh, that rocket volley. That was a horribly devastating rocket volley. Just one-shotted that unit of Dark Shards pretty much. And as long as that counter skirmish for the rockets can keep up, that's going to be some really nice value. It's already used up half its ammunition, though. And if we take a look at the damage value here, 70 kills, 900, over 1,000 now, 1,100, literally 200 value on that one volley. So it has paid for itself already. Army damage value-wise, I mean, Thunderwolf is just not really getting a lot of damage in. The Dark Elves are kind of just taking it on the shins right now. But, I mean, obviously, Malekith's very strong. He's still got plenty of time left, but yeah, it seems like Thunderwolf didn't prepare appropriately for the Rockets with this build here. I don't see, I don't know if in reserves he has anything that could really respond, but I mean, realistically on this map, I don't know if there's a lot he could do. Like, if we get in close and look at the line of sight, maybe if you got like a bolt thrower way up there, they would actually have line of sight to try and counter shoot the Rockets right here, but it would be a little bit tricky, and it's kind of something that requires some preparation. The bolt throwers are also not going to be terribly efficient outside of that, but yeah. Yeah, it's looking pretty dicey. Although, again, objective-wise, Dark Elves did finally come forward and seize that objective. Cathay, as we saw, is definitely a very slow faction, can struggle at times, but look at that beautiful Peasant Longspear interception of the Cold One Knights, and then immediately we see some Ancestral Warriors be summoned as well. So Cathay is definitely threatening to take this objective. The Corsairs moving into melee against the Jade Crossbowmen. Let's actually think here. Jade Crossbowmen don't have that great of melee stats, so I'd expect the Corsairs to do quite well, but they've already taken some significant damage. But Yes, indeed. And it looks like the Masters, interesting choice again to take them on foot. They're not really doing a lot right now, but they're also not taking a lot of damage. They're kind of just grinding through. Thunderwolf's pretty far behind on army damage value, though, and that's never a position you want to be in against Cathay. But it looks like the artillery was unsummoned. We're likely to see... Nope, actually it just moved over to the other objective. Try and shell these Dark Shards here. That is one benefit of the Cathayan artillery. It's... yeah, they can reposition pretty quickly. I mean, Cathay's been top tier in land battles for quite some time, but people are just now realizing and I think figuring them out for domination. But we'll see. This is definitely pretty eye-opening for me. I mean, kind of to be expected given all the buffs that Cathay has received and really no nerfs at all. But Harpies and Manticore, yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a few more Harpies and maybe a Manticore or two. Definitely. Maybe even a caster to summon Manticores rather than taking Malekith. Hard to say, but yeah, on this map, you definitely need flying units to shut down ranged, and Dark Elves just didn't quite have enough, I think. Cathay just has such a huge presence of units here in the center. It's going to be really hard for Dark Elves to retake anything, and I mean, it's, yeah, like 4,000 damage value almost now. Got some Witch Elves moving through with some Bleak Swords, but all this low armor stuff is going to be very vulnerable to rockets and so forth. Yeah, Medley, you were. It's true. I can witness to this statement. Anyway, looking pretty good there, and Hedon's, I think, wins this on picks. I mean, obviously, he's executing it beautifully as well, but army pick-wise and kind of pick and ban-wise, he managed to... Although he did lose the first game, he got a pretty good matchup on the second go-around, and then on this third one, I mean, Cathay is just swamping the Dark Elves right now. Yeah, Cathay hopefully will get some nerfs before they get DLC, but once they do get DLC, be quite strong. Lizardmen, one of their biggest issues is that Saurus lack offensive power. Like, they have great weapon strength, but their melee attack is just so bad. So Singing Doom here can absolutely devour these peasants as they chase them off. Big terror route coming through. They also enrage the peasant long spears. So, yeah, actually, this pressure with the Sisters of Singing Doom right now on this side is going to be keeping Thunderwolf in this game. And despite, I mean, the value lead still being about 4,000-ish, a little less, but he's still managing to hold on to these objectives and even threaten to capture this center objective. So Dark Elves are definitely not out of this yet. But let's see. Yeah, the front line is expensive to replace. They're also slow. Saurus are slow. They don't have great melee attack and defense. And yeah, they're, like you said, they get worn down. They're tough to replace. So that's... Lizardmen can struggle in domination because of that. I think if Saurus were to get a little bit of a cost reduction, they'd actually be pretty good in domination, but I don't know. I also think you just need to also bring the right build. Like, make sure you have lots of attack buffs or defense debuffs for your opponent. But look at this. Storm of the Night going to cut down those Sisters of Singing Doom who had been doing so well up to this point. Yeah, this will probably one-shot the unit. Does also sacrifice some Jade Halberds as well, but it's worth it to get rid of that high-value Regiment of Renown for the Dark Elves over here. Cathay is trying to break through to get on this objective, but they're not actually able to, so despite the value lead being as high as it is, and it is starting to drop, it looks like a little bit. Thunderwolf's starting to come back somewhat here. Cathay's just struggling right now. Sisters of Singing Doom, even after eating that Talons of the Night, still managed to hold their leadership and terrify away those Jade Warriors. So, yeah, not looking great for them right now, but we'll see. Malekith also still just occupying the spawn point. He's kind of just spawn camping right now, which I don't know how effective that's going to be, but I guess it does tie up some resources here. And let's see, will the Crane Gunners be able to beat Malekith down, pop a few shots at him? Ooh, nasty volley from those Dark Shards right into some Peasant Horsemen who have no missile block chance, no way of defending that. The Sky Lantern, I think, has just been shooting the Masters the whole time. Has managed to pay for itself, which is kind of hilarious. It's almost like a flying Mortis engine in a way, and that it just kind of deals damage passively to everything around it. It's just great. But, yeah, Cathay, man, they're having a hard time getting those objectives. And the value lead has crept down. Still about 3,000. Yeah. A little over 3,000, but I was very impressed that those Sisters of Singing Doom just tanked that spell and continue to fight there. Yeah, Lizardmen do have issues with only 2 cheap Lures of Magic, although they are 2 very good cheap Lures of Magic. Heavens is actually probably one of the most underrated lures right now. And Beasts, actually, for Lizardmen, like the buffs and debuffs of Beasts are very good. But yeah, still is a tricky situation for domination. It's much easier in land battles where you can use those monsters to really good effect. But I also just think Lizardmen could use a little bit of love in general. Like I said, Saurus, a little bit of a cost reduction perhaps, but anyway. Let's see what they can do here. More rockets raining in. Rockets have accrued a huge amount of value and have now been resummoned for their second go-around. Have paid for themselves twice already. But Cathay actually gets triple capped here. Like, despite the fact that they're leading so heavily on value, they just can't get their units onto the objectives. And that is kind of the bane of Cathay in domination for the longest time, has been their slow speed and inability to cap the objectives. And if you look at this Dark Elf build, it's like, you know, cavalry, cavalry, cavalry here. Over here, we've got fast infantry at 40 speed. You know, even the Bleak Swords at 33 speed will outrun like these peasants and so forth. So just the speed differential here is so hard to deal with. But Hanadin's obviously still has a chance to win here. He's going to continue scrapping, and a beautiful Talons of the Night along with some decisive rocket volleys just savage this entire block of Cold One Knights. And, you know, hopefully he's going to be able to get some of these units through and get onto this objective here. Get some of those spearmen into position and whatnot. But Malekith is also just a big problem, too, at this point. He cannot be killed efficiently by anything that Cathay has on their roster. I mean, besides maybe like big, nasty single entity spam, but there will be a point where Cathay overwhelms. Yes, that's true, but he needs to do it, like, soon. Because, I mean, right now he's got, what, minute and a half or so with the triple cap before Thunderwolf takes home the win, so yeah, we're definitely in triple cap territory. There's no question. Cathay needs to get all of the objectives. So, from Thunderwolf's perspective, if he could, I'd probably defend this far objective over here, considering the resources on the field. That's probably where he has the best chance. I would definitely just retreat Malekith over to this position, get all of your cavalry, get this master over there as well. But right now, he is allocating a little bit more resources to try and save this engagement here. You can see Hanadin's just pushing the Peasant Long Spears past, which is going to result in them getting routed, but the rockets switch direction. Oh man, a nasty side shot right through those Corsairs, and then the double collapse of the Peasant Horsemen rear charging into these Bleak Swords here. Should be pretty solid. Yeah, and that should be able to take that objective. Center is pretty close to flipping, so at this point, it's a lot, mostly going to come down to this one side objective here, and whether or not Thunderwolf can hold it. Dark Shards holding firm. The Shukengen drops down as well, but again, Malekith really needs to come over here, defend this objective. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing here in the center. Maybe he's going to try and go up after those rockets again, but yeah, just definitely needs to be trying to hunt the Shukengen and support that objective. spend it for the time being. But actually, the Dark Elves were able to get enough resources here with the Dark Riders and the Black Art Corsairs. Not Bleak Art Corsairs, although they could. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. We'll see. Cathay should be able to recap that. Another nice rocket volley there. Couple of shots land. Not really too much damage there. But the Masters... Oh, I see now. Okay, so the idea is you just kind of hold with the single entities, and then these Corsairs are going to be able to come in and actually cap the objective. Meanwhile, over here, the shooting gun hopefully is doing enough. I mean, we've got some Jade Crossbowmen. Peasants kind of stacked up a little bit here in a block. Storm of the Night, speed debuff on those Dark Shards so they can get charged down by infantry. And Cathay is threatening the triple cap, but they haven't managed to actually execute it yet, and time is running short. It looks like despite the horrendous difference in value, 5,000 damage value lead for Hanadins, he's still going to be able to hold it and take home the win. So what a victory for Dark Elves, man. That's crazy. I think that has to be the highest damage value lead I've seen where that player still lost. Like, that's intense. GG's indeed. What a series. What a wild series. And like 4,000 damage value on the rockets almost to be expected there. But Cathay just not being able to get onto those objectives, and that's even with taking like a pretty good amount of cavalry. Arguably could have taken even more cavalry, and that probably would have helped. Like, I think probably you want to max Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen, but hard to say. Yeah, great series to both these players. Super close back and forth games, all three. These guys are very much evenly matched, I would say. Excellent job on both sides. And then Thunderwolf, yeah, I mean, Malekith surviving to the late game was huge. I love the pick of the handbows in this matchup as well. Just generally an awesome hybrid unit that's very underrated. Cold One Knights here do a decent job supporting, and then the Sister of Singing Doom, although they didn't pay for themselves, tactically, they did what they needed to in terms of holding that objective long enough, getting a couple of key terror routes there, tanking out Talons of the Night straight to the face. Very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. So let's go on, and I believe that's all for this series. Yeah, Hanadin's going to take the win, so let me transition on over here, and we'll find the next lobby to spectate. And let me pull up the bracket now as well. Hang on, it is a best of 3, right? Yes, okay. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't a best of 5. Is there any quarterfinals match set? I believe... Yes, we can now follow Thunderwolf in, or we could move on over to Hadriz. Let's see here. Let's do this. Okay, bear with me one second, guys. I'm going to turn some music on to entertained while I find this lobby, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm just having a hard time finding a lobby. I'm not getting anyone responding to me, so hopefully we can get in a lobby here soon, but it might be some time, so just bear with me. Possibly 10, 15 minutes plus before we can get into a lobby. I don't know, so we'll see. But just hang with me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll just end the stream if no one is going to respond and, you know, let me into their lobbies or send me a join code, because right now I don't see any lobbies. I mean, I see one that I know is not filled, so we could join that, I guess, and just wait. But, yeah, we'll just keep waiting more time. I apologize for the downtime here. I may end the stream and restart it once we actually have a game. We'll see. But it just depends. If I go another 10 minutes without being able to join a game, I'll probably just end the stream. But we'll see. Hopefully I can actually get someone to respond to my typing. Okay, finally got into a lobby. Just about time. Yeah, you would think, you know, when you have a tournament set up and people would know that somebody's casting, they would, you know, check Discord like once at least every 20 minutes or so to check messages to see if there's anything that they need to look at, but apparently that is not the case. Yeah, okay, so we do have a map, we do have some factions, we do have some players. Getting the scoreboard set up, and we will join this next one. Okay, so now we're gonna have Tretch versus Plague Penguin. And let's see here. I think they have their factions locked in already, but I'm just gonna wait just a minute and see. We got the quarterfinals, map 1, and we are on battle for its, okay. There you go. Excellent. So it's looking like... actually, which these do. Just kidding. Do this. Yes. Like Penguin. Great name, by the way. And then we've got, yes, Tretch, which is not a great name, because Tretch is terrible. I'm just kidding. Oh, no, Tretch is actually kind of fun. His campaign's interesting. You start in a really wild spot where you can kind of go in a number of different directions, but you usually have quite a few threats that you have to deal with, so tricky. Tricky. Did play a little bit of a Tretch campaign in Early Access, I think, but it wasn't the best. Okay, there we go. Got it all fixed now. I think they are still doing their picks and bans, so I'm probably gonna have to change the factions here, but well, the frustrating thing is, Philip, is that I know that there's lobbies and that there's matches going. It's just that, you know, when no one looks at Discord or responds to messages, and I can't get a join code to join a lobby, it's like, you know, if a tree falls in the woods and no one saw it, did it happen? If somebody somebody plays their games and I wasn't there to spectate, did it? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's just frustrating because I know that I'm missing matches, but I just can't get to them. But anyway, yeah, we should be going on to the semifinals soon. Of course, we've just got this round to go through, and then we are on to the semis, which hopefully we won't have any issues with those lobbies. It's one of the reasons why I was kind of reticent to cast the early rounds, is because this happens a lot, where you kind of get stuck in between matches and can't join any lobbies, and because of the absolutely perfect and in no way broken system that Creative Assembly has made to find lobbies and, you know, be able to join lobbies. Like, the interface works 100% perfectly, right, with no issues at all. So because of that, you know, it just becomes frustrating when you can't do the workarounds in order to join those games. Basically, if that makes sense. It all comes back to blending CA at the end of the day, right? I'm not, though. I'm fat and ugly. I'm just kidding. Screaming so hard, like escaping, they can't even look up. Probably. It is what it is. It's fine, but I don't want to be casted. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. If you throw out a message like that, you don't, like, why would you join a tournament if you don't want your games to be casted? Like, you should understand, right, when you join a tournament, that your games are going to be casted. One of the... Anyway, yeah, some people are just interesting, I guess. Okay, so looks like they've gone with Dark Elves versus Lizardmen, so we will get to see some Lizardmen today. It's not something I was expecting, if I'm being completely honest with you. But here we are, and they're up against the Dark Elves nonetheless. Generally, this has historically been a very tough matchup for Lizardmen, but we'll see how it goes today. Honestly, could go either way. I don't want to be casted. Dwellers is OP. Dwellers is OP. But, yeah, hopefully that gets nerfed in the next patch as well. Okay, sorry, someone's just sending me some messages. Yes, hopefully Lizardmen get their revenge. I'm genuinely curious to see what Tretch is doing with Lizardmen in Domination. Like, I have some ideas. But again, I don't play Domination enough, especially Lizardmen. Like, when I do play Domination, it's definitely not Lizardmen. Let's see, who am I most comfortable with right now in Domination? Honestly, if Bretonia was better, they would be my go-to Domination faction right now. Unfortunately, they're just not. Their infantry is just... The capture weight situation is too bad. Like, they are one of the worst factions in Domination, probably because of their capture weight situation. But if they... Like, if mobs were the only one that had expendable capture weight, it would actually be really good in Domination, I think. Stalkers. We'll see. Stalkers are an interesting one. They're not a unit I've seen much in Warhammer 3, I'll admit. It seems like on paper they should be really good in Domination, but in practice they just are not that great. I don't know. Maybe it's because of ultra unit size, maybe it's because of their weird role. I don't know. Anyway, sorry about the volume, guys. I'm having issues with my audio setup recently. And I don't know, like, this, I literally can't make it quieter, or else I'll just be turning the music off, so, yeah, I apologize about the audio issues on stream, but maybe if I just do that, does that make it better, perhaps, for you guys? I love when Windows just doesn't update and screws up all my audio settings in OBS. Like, why? Why does a Windows update need to change my settings in OBS? I don't understand. Anyway, good times. Much better. Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna leave the game sound down as well because, yeah, like I said, I'm noticed today in one of my videos I was reviewing recently that I'm having some audio issues, so no one pointed it out to me in the comments. So I guess I need to just, like, take 3 days to do, like, 18 hours worth of testing and really fine-tune my audio system. But, you know, I don't have time for that necessarily, so I have to work it on the fly. All fine there, and let's get started on Itza. We've got now Malekith coming in on the Dragon for Plague Penguin. He's got some Corsairs, some Scourge Chariots, 4 Scourge Chariots, Sad Swords, and the Corsairs. So pretty much to be expected. He's also got Malekith, as I said, in the sky. For Tretch here, very strange choice. I don't know about this. I mean, we'll see how it goes, but certainly Oxyotl is going to be very risky here. He's also got some Chameleons to back him up. Yeah, a couple of units of Chameleons there. He's got a Lore of Heavens caster on a Stegodon. Very interesting. Is this, yeah, long-range artillery bow steg. Got a Rev Crystal for healing. Looks like some Saurus in the center, Skinks. And the Cohort of Sotek out on the side. So interesting choices here on both sides. Oxyotl is going to be at extreme risk of getting sniped out. But we'll see. His scaling damage also could help finish off Malekith in the late game. But in practice, I find Oxyotl just gets screened, zoned out so easily. I don't know. I have a hard time using him effectively in multiplayer, but maybe that's just me. I mean, most definitely it's just me. But, Oxyotl solos Malekith? I mean, we'll see. He's definitely going to try his best here. And uses his Master Predator, give himself snipe and unspottable, even though he is still being spotted. And Malekith just juking up in the air, just trying to avoid taking those shots, but he already has taken a couple of hits. A couple of very, very minor hits so far. Troglodon and Oxyotl do kill Malekith on the dragon. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess to a degree it makes sense, given that in Domination it's going to be a little bit harder to screen Oxyotl, and you'll likely be able to use his shooting attacks to pretty good effect. Yeah, it's not really surprising here to see him, I guess, now that I actually stop and think about it for a minute. But one great thing here for the Lizardmen is that since the Scourge Runners are far, he could just charge right now straight in and attack, you know, with the Saurus and like with the Steg and the Bastillodon straight into these two Bleak Swords in the front. Do quite a bit of damage. Right now the Bow Steg is actually... I was shooting Malekith momentarily, but it looks like he's going to use it to try and countershoot those Scourge Chariots, perhaps. Here, the Feral Cold Ones are really the only thing that have the mass to potentially stop up Malekith here, but he just goes in for a free attack, more or less, against those Skink cohorts. It's going to lead to him taking quite a bit of damage. Meanwhile, on the front line, Saurus are clashing with Corsairs, and it's looking pretty brutal for the Corsairs. I mean, unsupported. Kind of expected the engagement to go this particular way. And it looks like quick terror out from the Bastillodon, of course, also providing some poison and flash attacks as well. And that Soul Stealer hits a pretty good amount of units. Going to heal Malekith significantly, but he's also taking a huge amount of range damage. It's definitely not fun for him, but some Cold One Knights coming through. And the Scourge Chariots eventually do get into range and just start bursting down the Skink Priest of Heavens, which, you know, taking him up on the Stegodon is definitely a risk because of that factor. Let's see how he does here so far. Feral Cold Ones get enraged into the Sad Swords. But honestly, if the Scourge Chariots are using their ammo on the Feral Cold Ones and not on literally anything else, that's really nice for the Lizardmen. But we see early how Lizardmen struggle in Domination in that they've already been full triple capped, and Plague Penguin's also ahead on army damage value. So, the element of surprise, yes, but at the end of the day, I think they just still lose, but we'll see. Oxyotl is definitely doing some good damage to Malekith. He's getting worn down over time, but Malekith really could just fly over and nom Oxyotl in melee. I mean, I don't know why he's not doing so yet, but instead choosing to go after the Saurus. Yeah, Plague Penguin pretty far ahead now in terms of army damage value. Feral Cold Ones charging into the Cold One Knights with the support of these Chameleons. This will actually go okay, I think. Yeah, the Feral Cold Ones just immediately enraged. Cold One Knights immediately start taking a lot of damage, but Malekith in the front line, man, just wrecking that Bastillodon super fast, helping the Bleak Swords push through, screening Oxyotl and pushing him away. Just like I said, this is kind of the issue with Oxyotl in this matchup, right? In many ways, but King Priest is still here, technically fighting. How much value has he managed to get from the artillery shooting? Basically none. Yeah, I don't know if he actually landed a single shot there, which is hilarious. But now I'm going to be taking lots more shots from those Scourge Runners, and definitely pain for the Lizardmen is the order of the day. Lizardmen with Rev Crystal and Temple Guard can be very hard to remove. Point, yes and no. Yes, they can be very tough to remove, but as we saw there, the Rev Crystal can get wrecked in a huge hurry. And the Temple Guard's also subject to breath attacks and other AoE damage from Malekith and others. Definitely going to be quite painful, but we'll see. Oxyotl still just trying to do his best to finish Malekith off. Oh, man! Oh, that Gaze of Malice hurt my insides. Oh, man, that was nasty. Immediately terror routes both units of Chameleons, and just feasting on value more and more. Plague Penguin's Malekith here, despite the damage, is just putting on a display of power that is unrivaled. Lizardmen are responding, though. Skinks are very fast. They can outmaneuver the Dark Elf position, get to this objective. Scourge Runner Chariots are going to have to charge them out. They do have Murderous Prowess active, which will give them a little bit of extra charge bonus as they move in. But, yeah, unfortunately, the light mass of the Skink's not going to do them any favors when they're trying to fight chariots. Huge charge in here, does a pretty good amount of damage, and just pushes through. While in the center, Lizardmen are fully pushed back. Technically, this looks like the, Soul Sealer being used on the Skink Priest there. Brutal stuff. Not capping point 3 is painful. Yeah, I think this entire match is just going to be pain for the Lizardmen. Spoiler alert, I don't think they're going to win. And for whatever reason, Plague Penguin has just left Oxyotl alive here. Again, Malekith could come land on him and just eat him, but it's not like he really needs to anyway. Tretch going to throw in the towel there, and that will be a victory for the Dark Elves. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of to be expected. Unfortunately, as much as I love the Lizardmen, this is just pretty typical of them in domination from what I've seen. So, unfortunate there, but show will go on. Let's give the win to Plague Penguin. And I'm going to go grab some water as these guys move on to their next match. Bear with me, I'll be right back. I am returned, and I just came back to say, yeah, Scourge Runners, I mean, Lizardmen don't really have a great solution for Scourge Runners. Yeah, they just don't. I think through their units, and I mean, even counter shooting them is not super efficient because you don't have any units that do it super well. Like, chameleons are okay if you have the mass to protect them, and honestly, probably the best call would be like the chameleon with a feral cold one together. But even then, like that's still more expensive than the Scourge Chariot. So it's just tough, man. It's tough. Looks like we got some Empire though. Wow. Love to see me some Empire. So, Empire versus Tzeentch, which is actually a matchup you see reasonably often with the Empire these days. But one that I've seen a couple times recently, so I'm curious to see how this goes. Plague Penguin showed his strength in the last match. So hopefully he can continue to do so here. Oh, Sigma! Yeah, Scourge Runners are war wagons, but they're actually chariots. Although war wagons are definitely better, like, missile units. Like, their missile damage is insane, and they have an absurd amount of ammunition. Yeah, absolutely absurd amount of ammunition. I guess somebody was telling me, too, that in tabletop, you could actually equip your war wagons, like, with halberdiers in the back instead of gunners, and then they would actually have some melee capability. I'm a little bit sad that we never got, like, a melee variant of the war wagon with actual halberdiers in the back that had, like, an anti-infantry bonus and a charge bonus and was actually a functional chariot. I think that'd be really nice. Of course, I'm a filthy Empire main, so I'm super biased towards them. Alright. Kind of some things on the side here. Look at the bracket also. I don't believe. Looks like Zarix managed to prevail over Drakens, so he is now in the semifinal. And he will face the winner of Hadriz versus, is that one true Bretonian, I believe, on Discord? And then obviously the Thunderwolf Lunacy, the victor of that matchup, will be facing the victor of this matchup. So, see if Plague Penguin can take it home. Right now, he is looking... Has he gone all 2-0? Oh, no. He actually had a 2-1 versus Tim the Wilder in round 1, and then a 2-1 against Papa Palpatine also in round 2. And then managed to prevail over Subutai. Here, he's up 1-0 over Tretch. Tretch went with a nasty pick of Tzeentch. The Empire, though, on this map, Black Ark, in terms of domination maps, Black Ark is one of the best for the Empire, mostly because it affords you the most space to work with excellent artillery. So, like rockets, Hellstorm rocket batteries, insane on this map. Even regular Grand Cannons can be pretty good here, too, as well. I'm genuinely curious to see how Tzeentch goes, because they will definitely get outranged by the Empire pretty heavily. They're going to have to rely on their melee prowess, but then again, Empire also has decent enough melee and certainly enough numbers of troops to be able to hold, but we'll see. I mean, obviously, it comes down to builds and execution and everything else, so... Let's see how it goes. The steam tank is a chariot. I would say the steam tank is a pretty well functional single entity chariot. It doesn't have, I mean, it probably could use more weapon strength, to be honest. But it has 160 armor and like 80 charge bonus or something. It's definitely a functional chariot. It could be a little bit faster too, actually. But oh, the War Wagon Halberd, you would say it'd be the opposite. Low charge damage, but good in prolonged melee. Okay. No, they did not nerf Volkmar. No, which is fine. I mean, he's very strong, but the Empire is not, as a faction, ridiculously strong right now. So I don't know if they would need to, if they would need to nerf Volkmar necessarily. I think if anything else, buff other things. But wish the Steam Tank had perfect vigor. I definitely agree. I think that would be a really fun buff they could give the Steam Tank, would be to give it perfect vigor. But a little bit more weapon strength would also be pretty decent too. Like push it past 300 weapon strength, and I'd be happy. What does it have? It has like 200 right now, right? Does it even have 200, or is it under 200? I'd have to check. Let's check real quick. If I go to Boris here, or if I go to Kairos info card, then I should be able to pull up the unit browser. If we come over here to the Empire, take a look at the Steam Tank. Yeah, it has only 200 weapon strength, so like 250 to 300 weapon. That's a lot of extra weapon strength, granted. But I think honestly, in light of other kind of artillery chariots in the game, like if we look here at yeah, I mean, I guess the Iron Blaster is less at 160. Same with the Scrap Launcher, right? Let's see if we go to Korn, another artillery chariot. Yeah, see, the Skull Cannon's like half the cost, and it has the same weapon strength. So I would definitely put the Steam Tank's weapon strength up to like 225 or 250. Probably 250 would be fine, honestly. But let's take a look at the build here. Plague Penguin coming under the banner of, is that Talabek Land, which is definitely awesome. Got Boris leading the way, Spearman with shields. He's got some war wagons, 2 wagons here, 2 on the other side, and plenty of state troops. And that's kind of just it, is maximum war wagons, maximum state troops. So basically the same as what we saw before. We are literally just talking about the comparison of Scourge Runners to war wagons. And the Plague Penguin just, like I said, just literally did the same thing, except instead of quad Scourge Runners, it's quad wagons with Boris instead of Malekith, and so on. For Tzeentch, we've got Kairos, Weaver of the Fat, up in the air. Some Soul Grinders here. We've got some Marauder Horsemen, Marauders, and Warriors both. Some Blues as well to support, and just 2 Warriors only up on the high ground. Let's see how it goes. Isn't there an Amber Wizard there to speed up the Steam Tank? Yeah, see, there we go. Oh yeah, the unique Steam Tanks mod is awesome, definitely. If it were like 1900, yeah, that would definitely help, especially in light of like the Sentinel only being 1600, and then the Giga Bear is only what, 1900. So I think 1900 would be fine for the Steam Tank as well. Maybe even less, but definitely at least 1900 would be a good place to start. I agree. Good to see you, by the way, Shetland. Hope you're doing well. Both these players just playing very patiently at this point. Healing wagons is easier. They don't lose models easy. Exactly. Well, yeah, the value's just distributed out, but it's not distributed out too much. You have relatively tanky entities, but you do have a few of them. And anyway, Boris gonna go for a quick charge in here, hit and run attack on these Marauders, try and disrupt them initially. Gaze of Fate does get popped though, and all the blues are going to fire straight into Boris. He's also going to eat a blue fire to the face, which will lower his armor and, you know, make him extra weak to fire. Another blue fire immediately from Kairos, just double tapping there. It's not going to be enough to kill Boris though, and that's not an insane amount of resources dedicated to trying to kill him, but definitely enough that, yeah, I mean, Boris is tanking well, let's just say that. We've got some grenade launchers in position here. They're going to move in and just start blasting away at those Marauders and at the Blues. The Blues are charging now to get in range of the grenade launchers, but you see how Boris disrupts immediately with a charge, so they can't fire. That's going to also tear out away those Marauders. That Crush the Weak is also going to be really nice against demon units. You see how quickly those Blues drop down below 50% leadership, but it doesn't look like he actually brought Crush the Weak. Just a really minimum kit for Boris here with Midland Runefang only and Blood Roar. But, oh man, the grenade launchers making their presence felt as they absolutely smash through those Blues. Empire, though, army damage value-wise, because Boris has taken so much of that damage, and he is a very high-value unit for the Empire, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Tzeentch is ahead on army damage value initially, but we see that start to equalize very quickly as those Blues evaporate. Likewise, the War Wagons pulling out. They get a little bit of damage on Kairos. Kairos dives onto the Spearman shields. Honestly, though, Empire Spearman will fight Kairos relatively well, given his terrible stats. We see now over here a great cannons coming out on this side, and just a staunch line of Empire troops ready to face down Hordes of Chaos here. So nothing really too important happening up on the high ground. Let's keep our eyes here, where a lot of the critical engagements are going to play out for this match. Boris managing to maintain a decent enough amount of HP here. A little bit of lag hiccup there, but we're fine. As the War Wagons continue to keep up the pressure on... it looks like they're actually counter-shooting the Marauder Horsemen right now, which is smart. They're going to be a big danger to, like, Boris and whatnot. Oh, Gaze of Fate, speaking of which, a pretty back-breaking Gaze of Fate nonetheless. The uptime is not particularly long, but it doesn't take much to finish off Boris here. Just a couple more seconds. Will he be able to survive this snipe attempt? The Zintler's Reichsguard charge through. They're going to go after those Marauder Horsemen. The Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, also the bombardment. Oh, man. Tretch is really going all in trying to snipe Boris, and what that means is almost all of his army damage value is Boris himself, whereas almost all of the damage value for the Empire is the actual Tzeentch army. And we see that as a result of these warriors, you know, getting crushed here. The Marauders also having a hard time. Zintler's Reichsguard penetrate pretty far. They're now going to pull back, not wanting to fight the combined might of the Screamers and the Soul Grinder, which is definitely smart, but at the same time, you know, Empire's got plenty of supporting troops here to try and get in and help those Zintlers. Meanwhile, War Wagons over here just firing in. We had some Knights of Tzeentch come through. The Warriors made their attack, and it's going relatively well. They were able to actually capture this objective for a little bit of time, but Empire definitely has plenty of opportunity to respond here. A couple of Empire Knights immediately coming out there, and the War Wagons just pouring in sheets of fire from a distance. Meanwhile, on this side, let's take a look here. Screamers coming through. They're trying to go after the War Wagons, I believe, but Zintler's Reichsguard now safe, can countercharge and just smash those Screamers in melee. Let's get in close and admire how beautiful the Zintler's Reichsguard are, and Screamers also look pretty interesting, but definitely going to be decent. I mean, the Screamers will actually punch back okay in a sustained fight. They managed to get a little bit of value back, but definitely not what you would want as the Tzeentch player here. But let's see. Empire hasn't quite managed to retake their home objective, but definitely in a position to do so. Empire Knights are going to hang around this cannon here, make sure that they have resources to try and screen those Furies, and then nice little hit-and-run charge from the War Wagons, actually, just to disrupt the mass of those Blues there as they start to become banished. The Soul Grinder starting to cause some issues, though, as the War Wagons are pressured away here. Grenade launchers coming through, trying to blast out those Furies so that they can now start to focus on the Soul Grinder. These War Wagons really do need to focus that Soul Grinder in order to get it off the field. That said, capture point-wise, like, Tzeentch has still not even captured that objective, and they are doing so relatively slowly, even as those Spearmen kind of push through and try and just hold the objective for the time being. Leadership is going to be an issue for them. But let's see here. Both these War Wagons actually do get routed by those Furies, which is interesting to see, or at least the one does. Meanwhile, these war wagons over here are relatively safe, and Empire is in a good position to try and reclaim their objectives. Screamers, though, do get a nice engagement on those Empire Knights. Manage to get some okay value back. Another Gaze of Fate being used there to lock down one war wagon and allow the Tzeentch Knights to get on them, while Kairos tries to blast the other. So Tretch doing a good job of limiting the war wagon's utility and just, you know, keeping his high-value units safe from their threats. But let's see here how much he's able to continue to sustain this. I didn't catch the demise of Boris, but I believe he's probably dead. Actually, no, Boris must have got unsummoned given the amount of damage that he took. Because I don't see a Lord died leadership penalty, so either he fled or he was unsummoned. But either way, it's looking tricky for the Empire right now. Definitely looking fairly tricky. Think he'll have to resummon Boris. Yeah, he will if he wants to bring him back, but the Empire's got a lot of value, and look at this. Suddenly the Soul Grinder's a little bit exposed. Once those Furies die out and a lot of the forward pressure of the Demons starts to evaporate, the counterattack from the Empire is going to be fairly strong as they have a lot of units coming out now from their deployment. Empire Knights collapsing here. I'm surprised Tzeentch is still managing to hold the capture weight here, at least for the time being, but Empire gets in a ton of unit models there. He's able to fairly easily recap that. Zintler's Reichsguard here eating a charge from Screamers is very inefficient, but he's got more cavalry reinforcing. The grenade launchers also firing in. They probably should be shooting at the Horsemen of Tzeentch here, but Zintler's, again, just trying to sustain through the damage here. I love this kind of cycle in and out of these cavalry here as the Empire Knights charge in. The Zintlers charge out and sort of screen through, and that's going to sort of wreck the attack order of these Screamers. They're going to get all strung out, and then the Zintlers can recharge back in. But Kairos still hanging around that position. Tzeentch also has some reinforcements, including the Weird Spawn and some Forsaken inbound there. But nothing's stopping the Empire right now from just pushing their cavalry and war wagons up and retaking this objective. And we've got more war wagons coming back from route over here. But yeah, Empire, plenty of presence here to just maintain the capture on the high ground. And at the same time, might as well just keep these units down here on the low ground and continue occupying a lot of these Tzeentch forces and drawing more and more resources into this fight. Soul Grinder's just about out of ammunition left, which means it's going to be forced to fight in melee a lot more. But the war wagons, again, still, I think, probably should be focusing that Soul Grinder a little bit more than they are, but that's okay. Empire's looking to possibly execute a triple cap. They actually managed to get this objective locked down because a lot of the resources here for Tzeentch are flying, right? Between the Screamers and the Furies and Kairos, and then single entity Soul Grinders only able to do so much in terms of actually capturing the objectives. So Empire has been able to hold this for quite some time, and what that means is they're doing pretty well on victory tickets and limiting Tzeentch's ability to generate more. Of course, with a full triple cap executed, Plague Penguin here will be very rapidly closing the distance between their scores. And War Wagon still fairly healthy here. Another blue fire from Kairos will take out another unit model. He's then going to charge them in melee as well once more, just to try and get the units off the field. It looks like one does shatter. The other is going to terror out there, so mostly successful, but the other War Wagons are coming through, looking to get some shooting on the Soul Grinder, some really nice shots going into the Forsaken right now as well. And then for Tzeentch, I mean, it's going to be a little bit tricky given the supply situation. I'm not sure. It looks like Tretch is saving a little bit. I'm not sure if that's intentional or what exactly, but Spear's holding against the Screamers here with all this cavalry. This is going to be a great engagement. Even the Weird Spawn are just going to get heavily outnumbered and outvalued here. I think that's a GG. It looks like Tzeentch is kind of running dry now, some people are saying in the chat, and I am starting to agree. I mean, Kairos, oof, smacked my mic stand real hard there. I sincerely apologize for those of you wearing headphones. That was probably not good. But, yeah, with Kairos, I mean, he's still got plenty of magic left, and you know, he's still alive, obviously. He's able to contribute to the battle here, but it's one War Wagon chilling in the distance there. True champions of the Empire, but like the Soul Grinder plus Kairos is so much single entity spend against a faction that can go as wide as the Empire can. It's going to be tough, but a nice bombardment here comes in, does a huge amount of damage to a number of units. Kairos also kind of lurking here, looking to potentially reclaim that objective, but Yeah, now with finally the triple cap fully executed. I don't know. Tretch is in a very bad position. The Soul Grinder is now getting focused by multiple war wagons here as it just smashes through these Empire Spearmen. War wagons are just such a potent unit right now, and they do carry the Empire pretty hard, which is why, like, I do think they probably actually need some nerfs. But at the same time, I'm hesitant to nerf them too much because unless the Empire gets some other buffs, they're just going to be bad. Yeah, 15 to 8 units on the field. Hard to recapture any points, let alone 1 or 2. But, yeah, Tretch is falling behind as well on army damage value a little bit. But this is nice. Kairos can kind of get an isolation engagement, knock off a couple of those spearmen, start to push through. He definitely wants to linger on this objective long enough to capture it, but I don't know. Tretch, it looks like, is pressing here. I don't know if he's going to notice that he doesn't actually have the objective capped. Likewise, Empire can respond with their own cavalry and other units very swiftly and get into position here to reject the cap, push it back. War wagons redeploying very quickly along with more Empire Knights. So, yeah, love to see this cavalry war wagon strategy for the Empire. And the Zintler's Reichsguard holding back the Hulking Knights of Tzeentch. If Tzeentch has gate, he might be able to do something. I don't think that he has Infernal Gateway. I'm pretty sure he's only running Blue Fire and Regrowth, actually, coincidentally enough. Not that the Regrowth did him any good, but yeah. Yeah, it's not looking great right now for Kairos and gang. Although, maybe some Blue Fires into the back of the Zintler's Reichsguard will be enough, along with the Weird Spawn and the Chaos Knights fighting, but it's about to be a full collapse. As, oh, those are actual Knights of the Blazing Sun rear charging. Oh, that's so painful for these Chaos Knights. Oh, that's so much pain. And then a second wave of Empire Knights immediately clashing and pulling back away to counter collapse here on these Screamers. Yeah, pretty nasty stuff. Regrowth does actually get used on the Knights of Tzeentch themselves, which makes sense, but at the end of the day, the Empire will take home the cake, and that is going to be a 2-0 for Plague Penguin with an Empire victory. Has my official seal of approval. There we go. That brings us just about on to the semifinal. Let me go ahead and check the bracket now and just update the scoreboard real quick so everyone knows Plague Penguin won with the Empire. That's right, folks. Take a minute to appreciate that. Okay, and now let me transition on over to this. And let's find that next game. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, so looks like the 2 remaining games still being played. If I show you guys the bracket here, there are still 2 matches that are ongoing, both of which I cannot get in because the players are currently in game. But we've got, Lunacy versus Thunderwolf. Winner of that should face Blood Penguin, although Blood Penguin, aka Plague Penguin, might have to leave, so we might have to pick that up on another day. And then, Hadris versus One True Bretonian. Winner of that will go on to play Zarix. So, I think they're pretty close to done. I'm going to actually jump into Zarix lobby here. Also, he needs a spectator slot. But let's see. Well, we'll give it another couple minutes and just see, waiting on some people to respond. But anyway, let's go through and just talk to chat a little bit. I love the new Chaos Knight models. They're huge, but I think it's perfect, actually. Seems like the Horseman, the Horseman bug was probably not Monogatsu. I don't know. I think they're still very good. Tzeentch is an interesting one. I think people need to kind of explore some different playstyles, possibly. But best faction to start Warhammer multiplayer right now is probably Tomb Kings. They're relatively noob friendly. They've got a well-balanced faction, so you're going to learn how to use every unit type. Very forgiving. Yeah, I would say Tomb Kings probably. They've been the best for a long time, in my opinion, beginner faction, but especially now because they're really strong. But anyway, transition back on over to this for just a moment. Okay, and let's take a look at some other things here. What am I doing? Order factions are easier to start with, generally. I mean, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to learn how to melee rush, you should probably start with, like, Khorne, you know? But that's the thing about Tomb Kings, is they can play, because they're relatively flexible, they can play a number of different styles, so you can kind of play the way you want, and then learn from there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tomb Kings are quite strong, but capture weight thing, it's interesting to me that I think Skeleton Warriors for vampire counts count as expendable, but they do not for Tomb Kings, which doesn't make sense. And the whole expendable infantry capture weight thing is so inconsistently applied, it makes me mad, honestly. Like, it should be either like all units 350 or less, or they should reduce it so it's like all units like 225 or less, you know, where it's not so, like, yeah, inconsistently applied. It should just be a cost break rather than some other factor like expendable, which is like there's 400 cost units that have it, there's 400 cost units that don't have it, and the difference between those combat power wise is very low, but the difference in domination performance is huge because of that difference in capture weight, right? So it just needs to be more consistently applied. And still just waiting on these other two. I haven't gotten any response from anyone yet, so I'd imagine they are deep in their games right now. Okay, taking a look at things over here while we're waiting. Yeah, screw Night Goblins, screw Ungors. One of the reasons why you never see Beastmen or Greenskins in Domination is because those units are expendable. Yeah, Bretonnian Infantry. Those are probably the three factions that are affected by it the most. Yeah, I get the whole, like, for zombies, peasant mobs, Skaven slaves, right? For that tier of unit, it makes sense that they should have extremely low capture. But for just regular low-tier infantry, like men-at-arms, I think that's where the break should start, where you just get regular capture weight. From, like, men-at-arms, clan rats, on up, everything should just have regular infantry capture weight. Arguably, elite infantry, it'd be interesting if they maybe had more capture weight. That could be cool. Maybe. But, yeah, it's mostly fine. But, yeah, it's 3 p.m. here. We've been going for about 5 hours, right? Yeah, 5 hours. So I expected, you know, like up to 7-8 hours, given how long Human Boys Qualifier went. I expected this, to be honest. So it's all good. We'll just keep it rolling here and continue to have some fun. Yeah, you can still swamp someone with Orc Boys, it's true. But you are restricted to only using Orc Boys, which is just unfortunate because, in my opinion, this is a hot take maybe, but I felt this way for a long time, is that basic goblins are better than Orc Boys in most ways. They're cheaper, they don't have quite as much combat power, it's true, but the buffs scale well with, like, really high model count units like goblins. Like, the buffs that Greenskins have access to scale, like, not necessarily exponentially with unit models, but they just, the more unit models you have, the more benefit you're going to get from it. So, like, Night Goblins, regular Goblins, they're so good, they're so cost effective for what they can do. Just can't really use them in Domination, which is too bad. Like, as good as Orc Boys are, they're solid. I think Goblins are actually quite strong, and not being able to use them, or like you know, Skulkers would be very good in Domination for control and for capture if you could use them, but you can't, so. I mean, the regular 300 cost goblins you can use, yes, but, like, Night Goblins, like, yeah, it's just tough. I feel like you're always behind the curve. Kind of like with Bretonnia, you're locked into bringing, you know, Pilgrims and Foot Squires, or Gores and Bestigores with Beastmen, right? But yeah, they don't actually, don't have silver shields anymore, but still very good, definitely. For 300 cost, I mean, they're very solid. That is unfortunate. Blood Penguin, unfortunately, does have to, or Plague Penguin, as he was on in the game, does unfortunately have to withdraw, although he did make it past the quarterfinals, so he does qualify officially for the grand final as the number 4. I mean, even if he forfeits now, he still gets the number 4 in the tournament, right? So, yeah, he is going to withdraw. Unfortunate, but understandable. These tournaments do go a long time. It's a significant time commitment. So that does mean that we'll have one less series to cast. And, yeah, whoever his opponent would have been just goes straight on to the final. which is the winner of Thunderwolf versus Lunacy. So let's see if I can hopefully get in on one of those games here soon. Adris still fighting one true Bretonian, I guess. I don't know. I'm not getting any response from either of them, so let's see here. Maybe I can do this. Oh, that's why I can't see the lobbies. It's because I'm set to invisible on Steam. Okay. Let's try going online on Steam, and then come back in here, and I should be able to see, like, a lot more lobbies. No, actually, but that's okay. Squig herds are great right now. Yes, they have AP and they're cheap and relatively fast. Yeah, I don't know, Spellbound. It was a rule that was put in place to restrict, like, mobs, zombies, and Skaven slaves. That's from what I understand, that's why the expendable capture weight rule was put into place. But, I mean, again, because of the way it's inconsistently applied, it just needs to be fixed, I think. It's one of my biggest gripes with Domination right now, actually. That's fun, Blueberry. That's that's kind of hilarious, actually. I hadn't realized that, because I haven't actually used them that much lately, but, Smoke Bomb, yeah. Smoke Bomb plus that proc. Pretty potent. Nasty Skulkers, actually, I've had them beat Phoenix Guard in the past. That was in Warhammer 2, but they could probably still do it, honestly, with WA and with Fists of Gork stacked, especially with the magic damage and the extra stats. Yeah, I've had them check their tooltip while waiting, missing while winning in melee tag. You know what? Let's take a look. Let's take a look while we're waiting. So if we come in here and go to green skins and look at the Skulkers. So Opportunist Murder. Oh yeah, enabled if in melee, recharges if engaged in melee. So they just have, yeah, that's interesting. They have 38 melee attack. And what is that? 40% on top of 18. What is that, like 7? Like 30-something weapon strength, 40-something attack. Just while in melee. That's kind of hilarious, actually. Oh, you guys can't even see the screen. I just realized now. If we take a look over here, you will actually see that that is correct, which is hilarious. I almost don't want to report it either because, number one, Creative Assembly might not even fix it in the first place anytime soon. Number two, that's just, I don't know, it's kind of awesome, to be honest. But, interesting. I mean, outside of that, they are not a great unit for what you pay. Like, you look at their stats for the cost, you're like, no way. These guys are absolutely terrible. But they actually punch above their weight very well, apparently. Interesting. 25 AP. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. All right, let's go back and look for some more lobbies. Let's see if I can find one here. I see Zarek's lobby, but it doesn't actually have a spectator slot. Let me just restart my game here real quick, just to make sure I'm getting all the lobbies I should. I was hoping to jump in their lobby in between games, but I guess they are in the middle of a game right now, or just not looking at Discord. Oh, they don't have expendable. That's true. I didn't even realize that. They don't have expendable. You're right. Super glass cannon. Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, still no lobby. Still no word either. That was a solid 15 minutes ago. So, yeah, I mean, it's been legit like 20 minutes since I've heard from many players. So, if one of you admins could go like PM them, ping them, send them a carrier pigeon, I don't know. But it'd be nice to get something going here, because we've been having quite a bit of downtime. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, but I see my stream numbers just dropping like a rock right now because we're not doing anything. So, yeah, if I had any kind of word as to like how far they were in their games, if they were on like game 2 or game 3, or if they're almost done, but just nothing right now. So, we'll just continue waiting. No, nothing wrong with waiting, right? See, the problem, Shetland, with doing a blind playthrough of an older Total War is that I actually have played all of the older Total Wars, except I guess I could do it with Napoleon. I've actually never played Napoleon, but that could be interesting. That's the issue, though, is I've literally played them all when they were new. Oh, of a modded older Total War. Yeah, I could do that. I didn't see that modded part. Yeah, I could probably do that, honestly. Could be interesting. All right, this is great. Should I just host a lobby and start playing games in the meantime? I bet we could play like 4 or 5 domination games before we got a response from anyone. I also don't think that we actually have any admins here right now besides me, but that's okay. If any admins are here in chat, can you please let me know, and please, you know, let me know if you've heard anything from any of the players. I still haven't had any responses, so I don't know what's happening. I mean, it's been, like, since I pinged them, it's been longer than a domination game is guaranteed to last, unless both players just sit there and don't capture the objectives. So I'm wondering what's going on here, if they're being just not paying attention to Discord, or what exactly is happening. But, I mean, we've been now 30 minutes with nothing happening on stream, so it's, I was thinking, like, oh, they're right at the end of their rounds, hopefully. We can just move on to the next games, but we haven't been able to because I just have no response whatsoever, so. Okay, well, yeah, I know Zarix is here and waiting. I see his lobby. It's right here, although he does need to add a spectator slot. But I guess, yes, the Hadris and One True Bretonian are having internet issues, and I still haven't had any response from Lunacy or Thunderwolf, so I don't know. I think we need to put some more strict time constraints on this, because not responding to an admin or caster for over 30 minutes, I don't think is acceptable tournament behavior. Like, just, I mean, there's under no circumstances should you just not respond for over 30 minutes. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but we need to probably make an announcement about this. I'm not really down for this going forward, you know? Like, maybe make a rule, if you don't respond to an admin or caster in over 30 minutes, you just get DQ'd, maybe? I don't know. I hate to actually do that, but, like, I need to know ahead of time if I need to fill for time, or, like, we could have had some matches in the meantime, but the reason I haven't hosted anything yet, like a little FFA or something, and just like, hey, they'll be ready any minute, but no. It's just continuing to drag on, so. So I'm gonna go grab some stuff. I'll be back in just a minute. In that case, Samurai Warrior, if that's the rule, then literally all 4 of the players who are still remaining in the tournament should have been dropped, because they all went more than 30 minutes without responding to me. So it's not being enforced, evidently. And, like, how could you enforce it by just DQing all 4 of the remaining players? And then just kind of figure out, like, who wins from there? But I don't know. Yeah, but, it's cool. It's no big deal. We'll wait. I don't really know, to be honest. I could theory craft, but could try and maybe host like an FFA or something, but yeah, I saw that, Samurai Warrior, but I mean, that's not an excuse to not respond to me for over 30 minutes. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Trying to not get too upset, but it is what it is. So I guess I'll just host something in the meantime, and you know, in 2 hours or whenever they're ready, we can do something. So I'll just do this. I'll just do an open FFA, and anyone can join. And you have to choose your build immediately, or I'll kick you. And we're going to do tiny funds so that it goes super fast. So funds, do custom funds, and let's do, yeah, 5,000 seems fine. Cool. So anyone who wants to join, feel free to come on in, and we'll do this while we're waiting. To answer your question, Richard, yes, it's a family crest. Okay. Let's see here. What do I want to do for this really dumb FFA? Probably what I should do is just take Marcus with nothing. And let's take Gotrek with nothing. And let's take Felix with nothing. And then 2 war wagons. Ugh, don't quite have enough for an Empire Spear. That's so painful. How much is a captain? Is a captain also 350 base cost? Yes, dang it. Yeah, I don't have anything that cheap. So... perfection. Yeah, it's a tiny funds FFA. Could have had 10 handguns. Yeah, that would have been fun. And I guess we might just be done with the tournament for today if multiple people can't continue playing because it's too late, you know, for them. If they can only continue tomorrow, then we might just have to, yeah, I might have to literally stream the tournament finals tomorrow, in which case we would have waited an hour for absolutely nothing. Wonderful. Oh, that would be hilarious and awesome if that's the case. But hopefully... hopefully we can get some more actual tournament matches in today. We'll see. Super short game picks for Skirmish Cab. Vertical Cliff. Have you ever seen me use Pistoliers? It's going to be a short game, I promise. The cavalry says missile, but in fact, we all know they're melee cavalry, right? Right, we all know. I mean, you and I, at least. Maybe no one else in chat, but you and I, we know. We know what Pistoliers are really for. Yeah, they're for fighting in melee, obviously. Okay. So, vampire counts are straight in front of me. Perfect. That's actually perfect. Yes. You know what? We'll have both of you guys here, and then... I'm going to unnecessarily group each Pistolier on their own group so I can mismicro them separately.
Emperor's might. Very well. Yes.
Ah, Master Necromancer. Perfect.
Ready for war. Formation match.
Absolute perfection. Yes.
Ready.
Is that double Krell? Oh no, just one Krell. Oh man. He just left. He left. Oh no. No. Oh, it's fine. You know what? That's actually perfect. That's actually what I wanted, is for all the vampire counts to just crumble before my eyes. Oh, he left. He just left. He saw my massive skirmish cavalry and he couldn't. I could make a joke about someone who definitely deserves it, but I won't, because that joke is as dead as these horses. Marauder Horsemen have more weapon strength than Grail Knights. It's true. I mean, technically. Flawless victory.
Pistoliers! Now let
Oh, so good.
Yes, General.
Oh, pull back. Pull back.
Quick march!
Oh, they're not even on fire at will. What are you doing?
In the name of the twin-tailed comet.
What am I doing, guys? Sometimes I
Take the
wonder.
ground! Bowstrings taut! To battle! For the Emperor! Yes, my lord!
Oh no, one of them got hit by Pit of Shades.
Pistoliers! Go!
That's fine. It's fine.
As
It's
ordered
completely fine.
by God
right.
as.
Oh, here comes the Hell Cannon. Okay, no worries.
Ready for war!
Hey, no, don't shoot my cheap Pistoliers. You should definitely be shooting those much more expensive Slanesh Knights. Just saying.
To battle!
I'm just saying. If I were you, I would definitely be shooting the Slanesh Knights. But, hey, there you go. Basil's over there. Come on. I really would like to be shooting that
Taking that
Eco
position!
Chariot if I can.
Take the ground!
Is that a Skull Cannon? It is a Skull Cannon. Oh yeah, I forgot we had unit caps off, so he can take demonic units with warriors. That's great.
I'm here.
Alright, you know what? Gotrek and Felix, you guys can go fight Marauders, I guess.
Yes, General!
Nice. We are cutting down those knights, though, I'll tell you what.
Moving now! Quickly!
Prepare. Accent.
Oh no, not another Pit of Shades.
Attack quickly!
Sigma calls.
Withdraw!
All set. Receive. For the Emperor.
There's one unit of Pistoliers down. That's fine. Oh no, not Fascination. That's not good.
For the Helden Hammer. Destroy.
It's not Fascination. I'm not fascinated by that. Oh, look at how fast they die once they run into melee. Oh dear. Okay, one more unit of Pistoliers. We need him to come shoot Azazel.
Jaeger.
Or Azazel's going to jump in against Gotrek, which is also a bold move.
Marcus Wolfhard.
Okay, let's try and shoot Azazel if we can.
Back to back. Emperor's might.
Uh-oh. Looks like we got some more horsemen coming. Okay.
Marcus Wolfhard.
Yeah, Marauder horsemen are very undercosted, it's true. I would expect them to get some cost increases at some point in the near future.
Homing in. Done.
Another Fascination. Oh, Hysterical Frenzy. That locks him into a rage.
Ready to fight. For the Emperor. Go.
Nice, good shot. Wolfric, good shot. Or, not Wolfric, Wolfheart. Other wolf thing. And yeah, Gotrek and Felix just straight up creamed Azazel, which is awesome.
Equipped. Yes, General. In the name of the twin-tailed comet.
Cool, 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 cool.
The Empire endures. Ready. In my sights.
Okay, and one more Pit of Shades there.
Slay.
Perfect, help me clean out those Marauders. And clearly the OP Pistoliers are superior to everything Slanesh has because they are winning decisively right now.
Very well. Quickly! We await your orders.
Okay.
Sigma calls. Watch your backs.
Insert don't go into melee with Gotrek.
End them.
Yeah. I think it's time. I think it's time the Pistoliers countercharge. Yep, Fascination pops.
Marshal.
Excellent. Now all we have to do is just fight in melee with Wulfric against these Chaos Knights. And, oh yeah, the Pistoliers just... like I said, Pistoliers are a melee unit, you know? They are clearly meant for fighting Slaanesh Knights in melee. I mean, obviously. Don't you see how well they're doing? Look, they actually didn't kill any of them. Oh no, that's wrong. Look, they killed one Slaanesh Knight in melee. Okay. Pistolier's melee unit confirmed. They actually killed multiple in melee, although that might have possibly died in another engagement. Let's ignore that small tidbit of information for now. And just watch the lads. Oof, nice hit. Nice hit from Felix there. I wish Felix was better. He's not that great, to be honest. He's okay, but... yeah, healing will make it very tough. It's true. Once Felix gets in there and heals Wulfric up a bit, Gotrek is just gonna... I mean, Gotrek could probably kill the rest of these Slaanesh Knights by himself, let's be honest. But, yeah. Oh, that's what you get when you mess with the pistols. Look at that.
Mine host.
He's just getting knocked around so hard by those Slaanesh Knights. He's constantly kicked to the ground. Felix healing is percentage based now too. Yes, it is. And it's 0.2% heals per second. Only affects max 2, and I think it always has to be affecting himself. So, like, yeah, it is. It's actually hitting all of them. Maybe.
Sword drawn.
Yeah, Blood Oath. Blood Oath. Blood Oath. So it is kind of hitting all of them to a degree, but
Locked in.
yes. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised we don't see Gotrek and Felix more. I guess because in Domination, they really don't do anything for you. But, yeah, in land battles, actually, for the Empire, well, Gotrek specifically, Felix maybe less so, but there is potential here. I guess because you have to take a Caster Lord if you're taking both of them, right? And, like, for Bretonia, you have better options. You have Henri and, you know, Mountain Paladin, which are both better. The Empire, I mean, Gotrek, like I said, is pretty good for the Empire. I especially like him with R. But it's going to be a little bit tricky to, like, work with Empire builds. Probably the Dwarfs is where they fit in the best. But Dwarfs, I mean, your characters are likely to be the last units alive anyway, so... Wulfric Wolfheart just going for a ride there. There we go. Now I feel better. Now that we got a Pistolier FFA in, and look at the value on some of those Pistoliers, man. The one that stayed alive the longest, 1,000 damage value. Ah, I feel clean. Okay, let's see here if they are finally... I think they're probably still playing. I guess Adriz and his opponent were having some lag issues. So... So, okay, let me figure out what we got going on with the tournament, and I'll be right back. Okay, so we got a semifinal round matchup between Zarix and True Bretonian, so let's get that lined up. And I'm updating the scoreboard now, and then we'll go from there. This, and we are on to semi-final. Map 1, E, Broken Lake Gully. Okay. Excellent. And let's throw out the score, and we're good to go. They're still getting their faction pick locked in. Looks like Global Band Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, and Bretonia. Zarix is going to run Norska Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and only for this round, banned Cathay. Let's see what the response is. Wish I had a nice fun graphic for these picks and bans sections, but I don't. Maybe someday I will. Maybe someday we'll be that advanced. Rigged from the start. It's true, Vertical Clip. It was all plus 10 Pistolia rigged from the start. I gotta look to see. There was a Warhammer mod in development for Bannerlord, right? Let me Google that right now, actually, because just out of curiosity. The Old Realms. Okay, so we go here. Mod DP. So it looks like there is, yes, a Warhammer mod in development. I see GIF of a Pistolier or an Outrider or something there. Wow, this actually looks really good. Interesting. I'll have to look at that. This Old Realms mod looks really interesting. Yeah, it looks like Jackie Fish made some videos about it. Yeah, because I was just thinking, like, man, I've been playing some Bannerlord recently, and I would love to just play Warhammer Bannerlord and just run, like, a little warband of Pistoliers around and just go shoot people. That sounds like so much fun. I'll have to look. If that mod doesn't have Pistoliers, I'm gonna be shaken. But, yeah. Slayer Warband is the Fire and Sword experience. I have not played Fire and Sword very much. I have it in my library. Like, I played a lot of the original Warband. I played a tiny bit of Napoleon multiplayer, but I never really played Fire and Sword. Might have to check that out. It's meh. That's what I've heard. I got it in a bundle with, like, a bunch of, like, with Warband and a bunch of Mountain Blade stuff back in the day for, like, $5. But I haven't even tried it, because that's what I heard, is that it's pretty meh. But it looks like we got Wood Elves versus Kislev. Interesting matchup for sure. Not one I would have thought I'd see today, but to me, this is one of the most interesting matchups in the game for both factions, because they're, like, they can do a lot of stuff, both factions, and I mean, the way that Kislev kind of limits your opponent's ability to respond, the fact that they're all hybrid units, a little bit tricky for the Wood Elves to deal with at times, but then again, the Wood Elves' ranged advantage is pretty significant. Winged Lancers also speed, high charge, armor, kind of gives the Wood Elves some problems in comparison to their own cavalry. And Kislev has a pretty decisive cavalry advantage, I would say, in this matchup, which can make those archers tough to protect. But then again, Wood Elves have some really strong spears. They've got some strong armored monsters as well. Great tactical flexibility, and just rewards great micro. So I realize now that I am fully showing off his build, which I should not be doing. Let's go ahead and switch this over to this other page here as I update things. And let's do this. Okay. Yeah. Wood Elves versus Kislev. Super interesting matchup, and one of the ones that I've been, like, looking at the most for the, yeah, since Immortal Empires came out. Powder and bombs break a lot of the game flow. Yeah, that's kind of, like, what I've heard. And, like, Napoleon, I mean, the fact that they have, like, realistic reload times means you fire one shot and then you're waiting a long time before you can do anything, which is, you know, realistic and cool, but it's also, like, the way that the game flows. I agree. The powder, I mean, Napoleon does have, like, bayonet fighting and stuff, which is super fun, and they have, like, the musicians and some other elements that make that really awesome. But I could see Fire and Sword kind of being a little odd in that way, but maybe I'll try it sometime. Double barrel pistol, that's pretty cool. Well, and, like, in this Warhammer mod, it looks like looks like they've probably made, like, the repeater carbines for the Outriders and stuff too. But yeah, I definitely want to try this mod. It looks super interesting. I might even download it and try it later today, to be honest. Yeah, this looks really good. Oh, it even has, like, a spell casting system too. That's tight. Oh, this looks tight. Awesome. Definitely saving that for later. Link it. Okay. I suppose you insist. Looks really good, though. I'm gonna be honest, this looks really high quality. I'm definitely gonna be trying this out. Maybe I'll even try it on stream. Man. Oh, that's cool. Oh, this gif of this guy shooting what I'm assuming is a grenade launcher. Oh, blunderbuss. Yeah, see, that's what I want to do. This is the fantasy that I need to fulfill. Is to, you know, Warhammer is fun. Don't get me wrong. Total War Warhammer is incredible, but to be able to actually shoot the gun yourself in kind of like a FPS or a first-person action, I guess, would be more appropriate. Like just yes, yes, all the yes. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get to the game as we finally, after over an hour of waiting, are on to the semifinals. Maybe over an hour. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but here we go. Let's see here. Sisters of Twilight for Zarix. He's also got Lore of Life, of course. I would expect Dwellers. Yep, Dwellers and Earthblood. We've also got some Eternal Guards with shields. And Sisters of Twilight. Waywatchers as well. So, looking pretty good there. One true Bretonnian on the opposite side of the field. Coming in with Kislev, Ice Witch. He's got a Patriarch. Are they both on foot? Patriarch is on foot. She's on horseback. Patriarch is on foot with 2 passives and the active heal. Some armored Kossars as well. Zarguards. Interesting. So just a lot of shields. A lot of armored Kossars and Zarguards, all with shields. And then some Kossars to back him up. And it looks like he's going to try and forward push and occupy his opponent's objective initially. So interesting strategy here from True Bretonnian. And I'm genuinely... Oh no, close the stream chat. Genuinely curious to see what he can accomplish here with this. Here, okay. All right, so. Looks like they are going to be moving forward, and the sisters immediately come through. The issue I have potentially with the Patriarch on foot is that Wood Elf archers are definitely accurate enough to... Yeah, this guy's going to be very vulnerable to shooting. These elf archers are definitely accurate enough to just snipe him on foot, and there's nothing he can really do about it because he's so slow. But I don't know. I think you snipe the Patriarch out of this initially, and then there's so much Zarguard though is tough. I mean, Wood Elves, they do have plenty of anti-infantry AP tools, but let's see here, the Waywatchers, like if I'm in Zarik's position here 100%, I just sniped a Patriarch immediately with all of these Waywatchers right away, like as soon as he comes within range. But let's see, they may elect to focus another target. It looks like they're going to go after those Armored Kossars instead. I mean, the Armored Kossars will take some damage here, and immediately the Sisters also firing in with their poison, multi-entity shot there, but they themselves stray close and are going to take some pistol shots to the face. Hopefully won't get stagger locked. Looks like they are managed to. You managed to get away there, but yeah, Dwellers, I think, would equalize this pretty heavily. Kislev, unfortunately, their magic is just bad. It's just not great. So, yeah, because of that fact, Wood Elves do have a magic advantage here for sure. In the center, though, Zargard are going to move into combat here. Spellsinger should be able to help support these Eternal Guards, though. Eternal Guards, let's see, 26, 44 defense. So they do have enough defense that it's not like the Zargards have a great chance to hit. Both of these units are going to wet noodle each other pretty efficiently. Very efficient wet noodling. Though we've got some Starfires, Hagbane tips over here. Griffin Legion attempt to bypass. They do manage to get through, but are taking significant damage in the process, but a great charge into those Way Watchers. Managed to actually not do that much damage to the unit, but they are crushing those Glade Riders at the very least. But that's a pretty big overextension with a fairly expensive unit here for True Bretonnian that will end up taking a significant amount of damage. Let's see. So far, the focus actually doesn't look very efficient from these Wood Elf archers for whatever reason, maybe because they're all stacked up on top of each other. They're outputting damage, definitely. Those Griffin Legion are likely to lose out here eventually, but great resummon here, Wardens of Kithrel, and this is one of the dangers of trying to like forward pressure your opponent. Although, I will say for True Bretonnian, he is in a little bit of a value lead here. He has managed to secure 2 objectives more or less, so that is working out fairly well. And the Griffin Legion overextension here, Wardens of Kithrel do get into combat, but they're not War Dancers, right? I might have said they were War Dancers, but in fact, they're the Wilder Ranger ROR, and they're not as fast as War Dancers. They don't have as fast of attack animations. They'll win out here against these Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion eventually, but it's going to take them some time, and in that time, a lot of these archers ended up actually taking some significant damage. Cost by Dervishes coming through, though, and Zargard just trying to keep up the forward pressure, keep Zarix bottled up in his deployment zone as much as possible, and that definitely makes sense. I mean, you're able to take a good amount of positional control here and just keep firing in. Kislev, the guns, these armored Kossars using all of their ammunition here, managed to get 500 value without even swinging an axe in melee. That is quite significant. The armored Kossars in general are one of the units that are probably best in this matchup, given that they have pistols and shields. A really nice combination to have against the Wood Elves. But here, again, the forward pressure from the cavalry as they get the Buy Our Blood passive does mean they'll be able to keep up the offensive onto these archers well after other cavalry would have routed. As a result, these archers are unable to really contribute much here, and it's looking like a potential early triple cap with 1,000 gold value lead for True Bretonnian with Kislev. I love this aggression from Kislev here. Sisters of Twilight still quite healthy, though. We're going to contribute to fighting it out, try and finish off some of these Zargards and whatnot. Winterheart Guards are, yeah, they're unbreakable, obviously, so they're going to continue fighting. But the Wood Elves are having to macro a lot of resources just to even take their own home objective. But look at this. Eternal Guards with shields sneak around to the side objective. It does look like some Kossars, though. Yeah, Kossar Spears move into range as well, so they're going to have to now probably retreat from that, or they might just try and stand and take those shots, maybe even do a little countercharge action there. So far, we haven't seen a decisive Dwellers. I don't know if he's just saving his Winds of Magic, but better late than, or early than never, I guess, and just try and maybe get a Dwellers to shoot or destroy some of these units here. If you could force these Zargards into a little bit of a blob, but this Kislev forward pressure, man, True Bretonnian is going quite ham on that right now. They're basically Reiksguard. Yeah, they are basically unbreakable Reiksguard. Man, if Reiksguard had Buy Our Blood, that'd actually be really nice. I would 100% take that for free. Then look at this. Yeah, these Winged Lancers, once the archers are able to efficiently focus, they can definitely get some damage done, but I think relying so heavily on these ranged units was a mistake. Ultimately, even though it might seem counterintuitive, I actually think had Zarix gone with like a tree melee-oriented build, True Bretonnian would have probably not had very many answers. I mean, we'll see in his reserve army, but it does look like his army has a pretty distinct lack of armor-piercing damage. I mean, granted, the Kossar pistols, I guess, would probably have enough AP to get through. Trees, maybe. I mean, 7 AP per shot. Not that many shots, though. I don't know. I have to actually try it out for myself and see. But just looking at things on paper, I mean, lack of AP from this Kislev build is pretty real, so not that... I mean, I don't know if they would have actually won, but you would have been able to at least hold out for some time. I don't know. It's just, it's tricky to use range units on these smaller domination maps. On a map like Black Ark, where you have a little bit more space to operate, you have some pretty far forward deployment zones, it definitely makes sense, but man, Kislev's cavalry pressure here, and I mentioned that early, even before the battle started, that Kislev has a very decisive cavalry advantage here. Wild Riders are pretty bad in this matchup, actually. They tend not to trade well, and that speed advantage they would typically have over heavy cavalry doesn't exist nearly as much in this matchup against, like, Winged Lancers. Stag Knights are kind of a joke. Yeah, Treekin are quite good on this map. I would say, Loopy, that my intuition tells me that, especially against what Bretonnian had here, yeah, he literally didn't have any armor-piercing damage except for the one Frost Kitten, which is only going to do so much. You have the Kossar shooting that does it a decent amount, but like a tree rush would have probably just won here. Like, especially because you can take Lord of Life on a tree, on an ancient tree man, so you can still have access to your dwellers on a big terror-causing, armor-piercing single entity. Rush forward with your trees. Yeah. Dryads and Armored Kossars kind of just wet noodle each other. Yes, but the Treekin mixed in there, I think, is important. I would actually probably go Treekins and Eternal Guards. And then, yeah, an Ancient Tree Man. Maybe Durthu, actually, for fun and profit. But there you go. That's going to be a victory for Zarix. We'll give him one on the scoreboard, and let's move on to the next map as well. Let me get that here. Okay. That is going to be here. Da, da, da. Mountains of Morn. They just picked it in game too, so there we go. There we go. Mountains. That's, yeah, that's good enough. Wait, no, Zarix? No, that's not right. No, 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 no. Sorry. I got confused. That's what you get when you don't cast any tournaments games for hours. No, sorry. For one true Bretonnian. Yeah, Kislev. One true Bretonnian takes the win there. And it's, yeah, that's pretty good, honestly, for Kislev. Looks like we're going to go for True Bretonnian, High Elves, Empire, Cathay, bans Slaanesh. And then Zarix picks Skaven and bans High Elves. True Bretonnian counters with Cathay. So, it's going to be Skaven versus Cathay. Yes. Sorry, I got the places on the scoreboard mixed up. My apologies, but there you go. Yes. Skaven here. Okay. Sorry, people are just messaging me. Cathay. Okay. Yes. This is a matchup. This is one where the globes are very good. Giselles versus... Sorry, just... Yeah. Giselles versus crane guns. I don't know if that's super applicable on this map. Given that direct line of fire artillery generally has kind of a bad time on this map, I don't know. Map-wise, I think I might give it to Cathay just because the rockets are going to be really strong here. And, like, Skaven do have their mortars, which are okay. They're not incredible these days. They're all right, but I don't know about using them. Their range is shortened enough that they're a little bit awkward to try and use on this map, most likely. In comparison to the rockets, have long enough range that they can pretty much broadcast through all of the important areas of the map. Globadiers, though, when they get in those chokes, are going to have great avenues for fire. So definitely say we'll probably see some of them from Skaven. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup. They're both factions can kind of go in some different ways, but Skaven's, yeah, it depends. Just depends. Even just the basic Jade Warriors can be tough to deal with sometimes, but between like magic damage, shock damage, potential summons, Flensing Ruin is probably going to be brought here because it's really strong right now. We'll see. With the hills cliffs, you can set a Giselle or crane gun to shoot into some of the objectives. I guess you can. Lore of Jin Vortex. Lore of Yin. Yeah. Lore of Yin Vortex. Summons on weapons teams. On the Skaven side, definitely Flensing Ruin. And I'd probably bring Ikit, to be honest. Ikit's mobility, the Doom Wheels armor piercing, its missile attack is going to be really nice. Like, if you charge into the side and get a side shot of the like zap attack of the Doom Wheel through the side of a Cathay and infantry, it will kill most of the unit in one shot. Not to mention, again, Flensing Ruin. You also have Howling Warpkill to lock down like a Shugen gun potentially. So I'd go with globes, like 4 globes, Ikit, then Chaff. And that's where I'd start. Then probably some Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats in reserve. Yeah. Hard to say, but Flag Furnace is also pretty good, but against the missiles of Cathay, it could be tricky. Although if you have summons, then again, are you going to want to be using your Winds of Magic on Flensing Ruin and damage instead? Oh yeah, classic Skaven tactic though. To take your Lord as a Skaven slave and then immediately unsummon them at the start of the battle. Classic tactic. But also Brass Orb. Yes, exactly. But instead going with the anti-Lord Snipe strategy here. Zarix has the Chieftain. And I don't know. We'll have to see here. This is going to be an interesting test. Does Power Grab actually apply if your Lord gets unsummoned? Because we will see now if that happens, considering, assuming he brought Power Grab on the Chieftain, which is definitely an assumption, I'll admit, but okay. Let's see here. Yeah, for Zarix, as predicted, we've got some globes. 1 poison globe, 2 poison globe, 3 poison globes. 3 catapults? Wow, that's intense. 3 catapults, a Giselle, a bunch of Skaven Slave spears and Skaven Slaves, Clan Rats. Just the one Skaven Slave is the Lord, actually. And then Chieftain, who does have Power Grab. Okay, so I guess we'll see. It's going to be a map-wide +8 leadership, assuming that it works. That's interesting. And then for Troopertonian, he's got Shooting Gun Lord. We've got Fire Rain Rocket. Again, kind of makes sense on this map. I'd probably go the same direction. Just a big wide build. Lots of Jade Warriors. Shields, Peasant Long Spears, Jade Crossbowmen. I probably would have taken Peasant Archers, to be honest, just to get really wide harmony effect. But he does have enough to pretty much get most of the harmony that he needs. Looks like he's going to be mostly split pushing, or not necessarily split pushing, but two objectives here. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle. This woodland here prevents the Skaven from using much of their missiles long range to try and fire through. But the rockets versus the Plague Catapult. Interesting matchup. Not one that I've seen before, I'll admit. Usually by the time I'm getting access to Plague Catapults with what's his bucket in campaign? Snitch. Usually I'm done conquering Cathay. I mean, excuse me guys, my voice is kind of dying a little bit here. Yeah. Not that I would really recruit them into his army anyway in campaign, but Skaven versus Cathay is pretty neat. Very thematic, very loreful, and very cool. So, let's go. Sorry guys, my voice is... it's a little tired. We've been going out this for a number of hours at this point. Cats are both looking at me like, hey, what are you dinner? Still have yet to get a cat cam. Anyway. Excuse me. Let's see here. So right off the bat, we can see the catapults are on fire at will. They did actually hit the Shooting Gun Lord. Wow, that's kind of impressive, to be honest, for a Skaven's aim. Didn't do all that much damage, but there you go. Technically, it's something. The Jezzails are not the Arwar, so they are going to be spotted right away. But they're maneuvering into position to try and just pop the Shooting Gun out of the sky. And they do start unleashing some shots there. We see some Night Runners immediately deployed as well to have some contesting of this Shooting Gun. It looks like the Shooting Gun's probably going to fly over and just summon, I would imagine, some Ancestral Warriors right on top of this stuff. But, oh no, goes for a Talons of the Night. I don't know if it's going to be worth it, actually. I don't know. Will it actually be enough to rout the Plague Claw crew? Not quite. It's pretty close, actually. But, yeah, they do actually dismount their weapons as well so they don't get destroyed, which is smart. Good micro, too. Be able to catch that before they do. But now the Plagues open up, and some solid hits so far. Nothing crazy. Meanwhile, the rockets on the other side are just counter-firing straight into this artillery. And mostly ineffective so far. All it takes, though, is one or two rockets landing in the right place. Get the job done. So far, that's fine. Let's check to see if Power Grab is active. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, they don't suffer the Lord Died leadership penalty, but they do get the Power Grab ability actually giving them +8 leadership. That's hilarious. Oh man, that's actually a really dumb tactic, the fact that that actually works, but there you go. Oh man, the Jezzail's getting in range of the Fire Rain rockets, and that's going to be a nasty matchup. People have kind of forgotten how good Jezzails are at sniping artillery because you don't see it in practice that much these days. But there was once upon a time where you couldn't really take artillery against the Skaven because they would just snipe you with Jezzails. And it does look like that's likely to be the case here. At least two of the actual rockets themselves are down, and the crew gets routed off fully. Oof, nasty, nasty volley kills like half the crew in one go. That is brutal stuff. Meanwhile, Plagues are also just shelling Cathayans as they advance. So far, Zarix is pretty far ahead on army damage value, but he's not really pushing the points very aggressively. Makes sense. A lot of his infantry is expendable. You'd want to try and get a pretty decisive damage value lead before he chooses to engage. But True Bretonnian, similar to what we saw last time, is just forward pressuring. He did manage to get the Ancestral Warrior summon off, though. Now shut down 2 Plague Claw catapults. Such a cost-effective use of that ability, even though it's a relatively expensive summon. But the Skaven have deployed their Globadiers in the choke points. They've managed to do some good damage to this one Jade Warrior unit, but yeah, unfortunately, they don't have any effective screen here. All these chaff units are just kind of lingering in the back uselessly. So as a result here, those Globadiers do get engaged in melee, even charged by those Jade Lancers. The other Globadiers here, firing through the trees, aren't going to be nearly as effective as in these open chokes. But still, Skaven are managing to hold the one objective. Nice positioning here from True Bretonnian to get these Jade Lancers, you know, true to his name. Excellent cavalry micro to get them through the gap into these Globadiers to shut them down immediately so they don't return fire. Obviously, the Globadiers could killed off those Jade Lancers in like 1 or 2 volleys. Very important to shut them down immediately. The Zales, though, are still fighting, still firing. Rat Ogres running in here to countercharge the Jade Lancers. Should be able to push them back. And then here, I mean, I would expect these Jade Warriors to eventually go down. They're not getting any reinforcements here, but it will take them some time to do so. Meanwhile, these 2 Poison Wind Globes sitting relatively comfortably and safe in the trees, but it looks like one of those artillery might have actually got unsummoned there rather than getting killed. But yeah, 2 Plagues still firing. Getting some nice value. Zarix is still decently far ahead on army damage value, but definitely defenses are collapsing in some areas, and he needs to figure out how to push these objectives. Here, like, this is okay, getting these Clan Rat Spears into these Jade Lancers, and just kind of circumnavigating this choke block. One thing, in my experience, for Cathay on this map, is if you can, like, wall off these chokes with, like, Jade Halberds and Jade Warriors and those good defensive units, you can actually forward pressure from the objectives very effectively, as we see True Bretonnian doing here. Even though he's a little behind on damage values, it's sort of a very aggressive Cathayan playstyle that normally on a lot of open maps doesn't work nearly as well, but certainly with sort of this big map with a lot of chokes, that variety of good defensive infantry definitely comes into play there. And then also the counterpunch with the Jade Lancers. Like I said, True Bretonnian here doing his name proud and prevailing quite nicely here. The Rat Ogres continuing to fight there. Jade Lancers getting smashed pretty well, but holding their leadership just barely. That's pretty surprising. Grey Seers here, Chieftains here. Okay, so we do have an actual Grey Seer. Dreaded 13th and Vermintide, so no Cleansing Ruin. I do like the pick of Dreaded 13th, though. Be able to do a huge explosion and summon Power Spike. Let's hopefully see that right here. I'd actually, yeah, just use it right on those Jade Crossbowmen, or else move over here and use it on these 2 units. But Skaven's finally getting to the point where they can start to push those objectives. Looks like start to defeat that initial Cathayan force. But do have some Jade Halberds coming in here now. Over on this side, Cathay is accruing a lot of value. A lot of their summons have been sent over to this part of the battlefield to try and seize this objective from the Skaven and just get a decisive lead on points. Let's see. True Bretonnian is a very aggressive lad. Anyone else just see those 500 Plague Claws appear? It's a little bit of a visual bug when the Plague Claw catapults go to pick up their artillery pieces. Nothing to worry about, though. As these Poison Globes move back, the other Poison Globes firing in. And despite all of this, Cathay has managed to just about execute a triple cap. Yeah, very, very close to... There it is. Full-on triple cap. So, although Zarix is trading great on value, positioning-wise, I mean, I guess he does have a pretty good chance here. Night Runners moving in. They are not expendable, and they are very fast, and can help seize this objective in a hurry. Meanwhile, over here, finally got these Globadiers. Actually do have really good capture weight as well if they can get onto the objective. Plague Claws continuing to reign in there. And despite the best effort of the Cathayans, you know, Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen, Summons, everything else, Plague Claws are still making enough of a difference. And I guess that's why you bring so many, is that to just force the Cathayans allocate so much resources to taking those catapults down that, you know, they end up overextending many things, losing out on a lot of value, and also, even if they shut down 3 of them, it only takes 1 or 2 of the Plague Claws being alive. I mean, you say double. It was actually a quad Plague Claw is a huge investment. That's like half your starting army, right? It's 4 Plague Claws, but it ends up being effective enough here so far. We'll have to look at the damage values after the fact, but I would imagine all these Plague Claws got some pretty good damage value in already. But let's see. Another one gets resummoned for a second time. And what was looking like a nice little triple cap here is quickly turning around for Cathay. They've been pushed back from these 2 objectives because they had to macro so much value to try and take this one. And ultimately, because Cathay is relatively slow, relying on that infantry push get into position, it's fairly punishing. I almost think this is a mistake to macro all these units onto this side and to take this objective, because now, again, you're exposed in the rest of the open field here doing these other 2 objectives. So let's see, though. Skaven's not really pushing their advantage super heavily on this side. Got some Skaven slaves here, spears here, some peasant horsemen. Looks like those poison winds might get charged out, but some wolf rats now responding. And just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I had to go open the door for someone. But yeah, I mean, the Skaven are swarming. Cathay's still in control objective-wise, and they're very rapidly getting to the point where Tharix is going to have to triple cap. I just don't see him being able to do that necessarily, although the Skaven do have much better speed. Like, this objective is pretty decisively under his control. Clan Rats don't have expendable, so they're definitely going to be kind of the mainstay capture unit for Skaven here, but I don't know. These Wolf Rats over pursuing a little bit, need to just stay on this objective. It looks like they are on the objective, so continue fighting there, maybe charge those Peasant Long Spears. Rat Ogres and the Night Runners also just need to all in on this objective to try and make sure they maintain capture weight on it. Summoned Clan Rats aren't going to help with the capture at all, right? I don't believe they have any capture weight summoned units, so that's not really going to help too much there. And likewise over here, both players firing their artillery in, which is only going to cost the Skaven quite a bit of rat power here as they lose models, but at the same time, I understand just wanting to hard shut down those Jade Lancers. Let's see here, blocking these Jade Lancers here also, trying to not allow them onto the objective. But let's see, it's not, yeah, it is within cap territory for Zarix, so let's see if he's able to get the second objective. It does look like he's in a position to do so. Question is, will he be able to get enough resources fast enough in the center to take that? He does have some time, though. He's opened himself up some breathing space, you know, 5-ish minutes or so, assuming he's able to defend all of these other objectives here, and just an unholy blob forming. If he has dreaded 13th, now would be the time to use it, absolutely, to detonate this entire blob, but I don't think Winds of Magic-wise he has enough to actually cast that expensive of a spell, but let's see. Keep our eyes on it as we take a broad view of the battlefield once more. The rockets firing into the center here are going to be pretty decisive. They're going to limit the Skaven's ability to reinforce this position. You really got to figure out something to try and get at these rockets. Maybe sweep some units up around the side here. Get these Wolf Rats out from this objective and swarm over and try and take out the Fire Rain rockets. But it looks like instead they're all going all in on the center objective, and just a lot of units kind of standing idle here, victorious on this objective. Like, I understand you need to leave some resources there to maintain the objective, right, to defend it, But at the same time, I mean, there's just a lot going on with the Skaven army right now. There's a lot to micro. He's got 26, 27 units on the battlefield, so I don't have room to criticize Zarek's micro at this point. He has literally more than a full land battle army on the field, and he's trying to manage all of that at the same time, so there's bound to be slip-ups. But that is kind of the one thing about playing Skaven is horde. You get an absolute horde of units. And if you can get them all on the field at the same time, it's hard to manage, but it's also going to be very difficult for your opponent to manage. The Shooting Gun Lord somehow ends up on the ground here, surrounded by Rat Ogres, which is not a great situation. The Chieftain's also beat up. I'm sure there's a story there. But anyway, it does look like the Skaven are able to fully execute the triple cap, and with a little bit of time to spare, nonetheless, Zarek's punching back hard, not wanting to go quietly into that bad night that is full of rats. So he is going to fight back and scrap his best here. And, I mean, with double the unit more than double unit models on the field, almost triple the unit models on the field, the Skaven army is looking insurmountable for Cathay at this point. I mean, the absolute vermintide here is ridiculous. Skaven need a triple cap, and they got it. Look at that. Can he break 30 units? I really want him to break 30 units. I don't know if he'll be able to, though. Yeah, he did manage to get it. And, I mean, look at all of this. Just look at all of this. There are units in every part of the battlefield for Skaven. Like, if I'm True Bretonian, I'm looking at this like, how did this happen? Where did I go wrong? Yeah, Skaven definitely got this. There's no way. They can't even get units onto the battlefield at this point, I don't think. Like, you have this one Peasant Long Spear fighting Night Runners out in the corner. 54 minutes to cap, right? Man. No, that's Age of Empires you're thinking of. That's AoE 4 free-for-all is 54 minutes. Or, you know, you go to bed and you wake up and Turin's still streaming the same, literally the same FFA. Oh, man. Yeah, True Bretonian still, though, is in a position where if he were to get a single cap, he could win. So Skaven's got to continue to defend, and True Bretonian coming in with a massive Rohirrim charge on objective number 1 to threaten that. Can he get it in time? I mean, he's got time. He's definitely got time. A little bit, at least, you know, another minute or so. But let's see. I don't know. It looks like the Wolf Rats and the fact that the Poison Wind Globes are still alive, they're going to be able to fire at short range here. All of these Rat Ogres are also pretty much totally fine. And, oof, nasty volley from those Poison Winds right into the bunched up Jade Warriors. Let's get in close. I haven't got too many cinematics in this tournament. And, of course, as soon as I choose to do so, True Bretonian's going to throw in the towel. So Zarek manages to prevail with the Skaven. And yeah, the quad catapult is a huge investment, but at the same time, I mean, this is just, I'm going to screenshot this, dude. There's so many builds in this tournament that I just am stealing straight up because, I mean, quad catapult is an investment, yes, but also having 3 globes on top of it, plus all of this chaff, plus the fact that you have a plus, you know, what is it, +8 map-wide leadership buff from Power Grab, like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Fun fact, the explosion from Dreaded 13th deals more damage than Overcast Foot of Gork. That makes sense, except it doesn't. 446 kills. Rocket still barely paid for itself one time. Yeah, I mean, Cathay, a little bit of lack of chaff clearing. Maybe a second rocket battery, honestly, just to keep the pressure up on all parts of the battlefield. But like I said, I think the macro of sending all the units onto that side objective ultimately proved to be a mistake because it kind of opened the door for Zarix to come in and get a triple cap. I don't know, maybe, yeah, I should have just probably focused on defending that too, but anyway, let's move on to the final game between these two. And 1-1. Foot of Gork needs a cost decrease or a damage increase. I mean, we could also increase the damage too, right? I mean, for how expensive it is. Foot of Spoon. Yeah, slipped up keeping so many units back. The rocket wasn't worth guarding with so much value. I agree, Bubba's Big Blast. I agree. Hey, what's up, Maximus? Welcome, my friend. Wonderful to see you this evening. Pretty late for you guys, right? Anyway. Gork loves autocorrect. Yes. Okay, let's get the final map in here. The Arnheim. And then this. Get their picks locked in. Fact. Okay. Cool. Because of shift. I see. I see. Well, good morning then. Good to see you. You're just in time. We've had some really awesome games today, actually. Got an Empire win. We've seen some Cathayan wins as well. Just there, we got a Scave, and we've had actually a surprising amount of variety today. And I think that goes to show kind of the strength of the pick and ban system that's been developed by Turin and others, where, you know, with the idea of the global bans, right? Honestly, it leads to quite a bit of interesting matchups because people are familiar with different factions. You know, a lot of people might not even have ever played a certain faction, right? Just because there's so many now. So, yeah, it's interesting. Yes, his opponent did global ban Brett's. Yes, I should have probably figured out a way to display the global bans. Maybe I'll look at doing that in the future. And, yeah, I'll have to mess with the scoreboard a little bit and see if I can, like, mirror, kind of flip the other side so it has, like, an element where I can input global bans and maybe, like, a pick and ban. I don't know. But anyway, let me go and look at the global bans for this round. Did put them here. What am I looking for? Here we go. Global bans. So the global bans are Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, and Bretonia. So yeah, Zarix, kind of, that's one of the issues. You know, if you have your main in your name, it kind of gives it away a little bit, right? Like, you know, if your name is like Gabo King, for example, people will probably ban greenskins against you, right? Or if your name is True Bretonian, people are probably going to ban Bretonia because if they think, you know, that your main is that faction, that that's your best faction, they're just going to remove it from the table, right? Or, like, if you're well known, for example, Ice Power for a long time has been known as a very strong Dark Elf player because he is a very strong Dark Elf player. So you would global ban Dark Elves against him, right? Even though it might not necessarily be the best meta faction every single time, if you know your opponent well enough, or if their name gives it away, then it can kind of lead you in the right direction. Or, you could always gigabrain this, and when you create your username for when you're starting to join tournaments, when you're joining this community, you could always do something absolute gigabrain and say, like, oh, I'm going to make my username Gobbo Slayer and then main the Empire, or, main High Elves. Which actually makes sense when I think about it, slaying Gobbos. True Ogre. True Beastman, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Actually, ogres are probably decent right now, but bearded manlet never pick dwarfs. Yeah. Or like, let's say Great Book of Grudges, joins. You're probably going to global ban dwarfs, though they're not very good. All right. Let's see here. So it looks like Lizardmen versus Empire. Nice. Get to see some more Lizardmen and some more Empire. That's great. That is great. Okay. And excellent. Yeah, ogres are very good actually. In domination now. Well, the joke's on you, Blueberry. There is no final today. This is actually the final. So, yeah, both players in the other bracket had to go. So this is actually the last match for today. I forgot to announce that, but assuming Samurai Warrior, if you can confirm this for me. But I believe that I'm gonna try to see if we can get the players to play the semifinal and the final tomorrow. And maybe either stream it live or stream the replays, one of the two. But yeah, I believe this is the last match for the day, actually. So thanks for coming though, Blueberry Milkshake. I appreciate you stopping by and joining as always. Two global bans for the entire tournament? Maybe. I don't know. It's tough. 4 global bans is a lot. I think 4 global bans might be too much, honestly. I don't know. I honestly probably don't have enough of an informed opinion to make a judgment, but I know, Loopy. I know. Blame the players. Yeah. Yep. 7 hours and we don't even get the final. I know. Trust me, I know. But it is what it is. I mean, it's this way today, but yeah. Other semifinalists will be treated as if they lost the semifinals. Okay, so this is the final then. This is the final. No global bans in matches, only tournament global bans. I don't know, because I like the idea that a faction has a possibility to be played at least once in the tournament at some point. Like, I don't like the idea of just removing factions from the tournament entirely, especially if there's not consensus as to what the most powerful factions are. I personally, I think it works okay to do it on a per match basis. or a per series basis. Yeah, right. And I noticed that a lot of players will kind of ban around the OP factions because they want to play the OP factions, right? So they don't want to ban a faction that they want to play. So what they'll do is like they'll ban the factions that those quote unquote OP factions sometimes struggle against, right? Like those weird kind of awkward counters that faction might not actually be very good, but for whatever reason they match up well with Slaanesh or whatever, you know. But I haven't seen any Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, or Vampire Counts, so I think the pick and ban system is actually working perfectly now that I think about it. If I don't see any undead, I think that the pick and ban system is actually 100% perfect, and actually whoever came up with it deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, to be honest. But anyway, let's move on to the game. And we've got a Salon of Life here for Zarix. I love that pick. He's also got an Ancient Salamander, a couple of Saurus, 4 or 5 Chameleons up front. I mean, pretty straightforward Lizardman build. Makes a lot of sense. Does have some Red Crests and Saurus up on the high ground. Yeah. And then on the other side, Boris up in the air, back line of spears, front line of swords. We've got 2 war wagons and a Lore of Fire caster. Might add a pool of factions to pick from when making global bans. Okay, see, I don't hate that idea, so that you don't end up banning factions that are actually bad. But yeah, if assuming that let's say that the pool is only the 3 undead factions, then I think that is actually, that would be a more perfect system, which I didn't think was possible. But if you literally make it so that only undead factions are global bannable, I think that solves everyone's problems with everything. So yeah. Anyway, all joking aside, I think that actually would work decently if you just were to, yeah, make a specific pool of global bannable factions. Anyway, Chameleons now focusing. They're doing a decent job. Boris is shrugging off a lot of that damage. He'll be able to heal a lot of it as well because the burst isn't that intense. But let's see. So far, army damage value-wise, Zarix looks impressive, but it's all single entity damage, which means really it's not doing a ton. But the Chameleons and the Ancient Salamander are actually doing a decent job counter-skirmishing these war wagons, not taking a crazy amount of damage in return. That's definitely where I would be focusing the majority of my resources. I mean, yes, picking away some of these swordsmen and other units is okay, too. I mean, it's going to need to do some damage to them at some point with something, but I guess that's what the Saurus are for. This line of 4 Saurus is now ready to rumble. We've got the Skinks and Saurus up on the high ground. Hopefully see these Red Crests get a nice downhill charge here, but let's... Oh, man, the volleys. Yeah, very quickly, that Ancient Salamander is going to start to take significant damage from the war wagons because the wagons are... I mean, obviously, they're decent damage, good enough range, too, that they can keep the pressure on. And it's just this huge concave of them, too. I mean, the Ancient Salamander is going to struggle to effectively counterfire that. But... he did take a Slan. The Slan's a little bit vulnerable here. It's one of the reasons you don't see it a ton in Domination is because it's slightly easy to snipe. But at the same time, it has some good tools. You can unleash a banishment here, kind of force those Empire Knights out of position. And then, yep, the Saurus managed to stop just short of it. That one Empire Knight in particular, though, does get caught in the banishment and just has a bad day. He survives, though. Don't get too worried about it. Ancient Salamander continuing to take damage, and we see True Bretonnian crawl back on value. Pretty much too even here, as he is able to get some really nice damage against some of these single entities. But of course, Zarix also has healing. A little bit of Earthblood there. Actually did not hit the Ancient Salamander. That is most unfortunate. It looks like maybe only hit the Slan. Yeah, I don't know exactly, but a nice Burning Head from the Empire. Also going to be... Oof, man, that killed quite a bit of the Sigmar Sons too, though. I don't know if that was 100% worth it. Going to be responded to with a nice Dwellers Below. will do a lot of single target damage, and unfortunately the Saurus do rout there due to the terror of the Griffin. Empire Knights clashing with Old Ones. Gleaming in the sun here, the glittering Empire armor. Holding out for the time being against the Lizards reasonably well. But these swordsmen definitely getting pounded out by Saurus. And just in general, the Lizard infantry is doing decently. Boris is only able to be in so many places at a time. And one of those places he chooses to be is killing this Ancient Salamander. Going to get Shield of the Old Ones and an Earthblood to try and sustain in combat here. The Life Swan also floats on over to attack in melee. And this is actually pretty smart. Just go 2v1 here. Ancient Salamander is not going to be able to get away anyway, so you might as well just utilize the time that it's still alive to try and get a couple of side hits here with the Slan. But Slan immediately moves away as soon as the Ancient Salamander routs. Again, wise move. But Boris did take a lot of missile damage in that during that time here. Razordon's also moving in to open up on him and also to counterfire on those war wagons. Yeah, Holy Battle Slan indeed is doing okay right now, but the Empire is definitely pressuring. And the fact that the Lizardmen invested so heavily in so many missile units means that the staying power is just not there. And as I mentioned a couple times on this stream, I'm just not particularly impressed with the performance of Saurus in domination. As we've seen here, they just get pushed back, and they're not able to get to the objectives quick enough and to provide enough capture weight. But we'll see. It's definitely a long game still. Zarix is right there in terms of army damage value. Both players are neck and neck. So it's definitely anyone's game at this point. Boris has taken a lot of damage, but plenty of healing cap space still. Able to get a quick tear route on those red crests there. And then the Empire Knights are just outmaneuvering here. Looks like, I'm not sure if they were going to go up the hill and try and capture this, or just go get a quick decisive rear charge into those Saurus right there. Not really sure, but the Lizards are amassing a lot of value here for a counter push. The Chameleons have also used up a lot of their ammunition already, so I'd imagine we're going to start to see some of them get unsummoned, or else either try and either do that, or it may be better to actually just run them over onto the objective and try and fight for it. They do have poison attacks in melee, and 20 attack, 22 defense. They're not complete pushovers in melee. They're definitely not incredible combatants by any means, but nice little burning head here. I'll do a little bit of chip damage, nothing too crazy, but yeah, a little bit of Shield of the Old Ones as well to help shrug off some of that damage. Wow, that burning head does go quite some distance. Overruns all the way into those cohort of Sotek there. Does a little bit of damage to them as well. But things are looking pretty interesting right now. Troopertonian did manage to get 1,000 damage value lead. The concave of the war wagons wrecking those Cold One Riders as they get close. And again, as the Lizardmen start to run out of ammunition, let's go in and check here. Chameleons, did they pay for themselves? Probably. That one did. That one did not. That one did not. So, oof, that's rough. I mean, being under 100 value on Chameleon's Kings after they've used up all of their ammunition is pretty rough. But at the same time, Lizards are pressing heavily here. They've got the cohort of Sotek here in the center, unbreakable, able to hold. Got some Feral Cold Ones in here as well to provide a little bit of armor-piercing damage. But the Pawhawk Sentinels, they come in, they get shredded by the War Wagons relatively quickly. Boris at his healing cap now is going to have to be careful of the Razordons, who do have a bead or a barb, I guess, on him. I don't know. How would a Razordon aim down sights? I guess just look with its eyes. Anyway, not think too hard about that. And we've got some Free Company coming in here as well, backed up by the Sigmar's Sons. Got some War Wagons coming back from route, more Free Company militia. Yeah, let's see, though. Lizards are making a little bit of a counter push, and they actually managed to come back and get a full triple cap. Not quite, but they're just about to secure objective number 1, and it looks like the triple cap has been executed. So like I said, just moving the Chameleons forward, utilizing their speed, try and bypass some of these Empire units. The War Wagons are also starting to run out of ammunition, at least in one case, so it's going to be a little bit tricky to see how it goes, but nice cascading Fire Cloak. Is Boris going to go for the snipe attempt on the Slan here? That is a bold move, certainly, and with the extra melee defense and extra armor-piercing damage, you should be able to punch pretty hard. Shield of the Old Ones wears off, although cascading Fire Cloak does as well pretty quickly. Yeah, there it is. Hold the line, though. Of course, not the best army ability in the world, but it helps a little bit. And Boris is able to do enough damage to the Salon to probably rout it off. But the Razordons, oh, he's got to be so careful of those Razordons. They do so very much damage. And despite the value lead, True Bretonnian's actually getting pushed back here. Look at this. The Empire Knights routed off on the high ground. And Lizards are pressing 20 down to 19 unit models versus only 12 of the Empire. And a lot of that for the Empire is missile units. And, you know, lacking a lot of capture weight here. No Great Swords or the Saurus. I mean, despite the damage they've taken, the leadership comes back and they're able to continue contributing here. Let's see. Plenty of game time left, and Bretonnian definitely has opportunities to try and get back and retake these objectives, especially as he starts to bring out more infantry. If he has cavalry, definitely now would be the time to try and push forward and try and charge out some of these weakened units. We just saw, though, a couple of cavalry units get routed off on the high ground there, so I'd imagine that they're going to come back and try and re-push. But again, just attack and counterattack here. Multiple waves on both armies trying to force the issue. 3 company militia now coming through, but I don't know. This is a pretty decisive 3-cap. It's not like the Empire is able to very swiftly retake these objectives. Like, yes, they are pushing back to do so, but yeah, Zarik's definitely still hanging around. It's the Pistoliers guy, and he's casting. That's me. That's technically me, I guess. I'll take that title. Another foe seeker here. Boris trying to refresh his vigor and also trying to avoid taking a lot of damage from the Razordon hunting packs. I didn't even notice this Ancient Salamander came back too. That's going to be a nice little piece here in this late game to try and contribute. But Shield are the only ones being popped there, and the line of sight being blocked a little bit for the Ancient Salamander. Did manage to get a hit on Boris there, make him flammable, but Boris is also getting attacks into the Salon. Will he be able to break the Salon's leadership? No, instead he gets gadded down by Razordons, and I think with Boris off the field, I don't know if Empire can counter-push fast enough to get these objectives in time. We'll see, but Zarik's there defeating Boris and getting a decisive lead. I'd love to see some Pistoliers come in and cap this high ground objective real quick. But I don't know if True Bretonnian actually has any in his army. I don't think he does. We'll see. Right now, he doesn't have the supply to summon them anyway. You always need Pistoliers, even against the Lizardmen. Just take at least 1 or 2 Pistoliers, always. The counter to war wagons, yeah, once they're out of ammo, they're basically useless, more or less. Yeah, I mean, you can unsummon them to get a refund, but yeah, let's see. 3 company are actually standing off of the objective right now, which is a huge mistake. They should be like right on the corner of the objective so they can contribute some capture weight. But True Bretonnian was able to retake that center objective, at least momentarily. Nothing up on the high ground still. This is just like easy pickings right here that he could have retaken with some cavalry. Love to see these Empire Knights swing up to this objective and just seize it real fast, but I guess maybe they're going to come out here and try and retake this objective. The thing is, for True Bretonnian, like, yes, you have a little bit of time to work with, but you're definitely going to want to press and retake those objectives as quickly as possible. But, okay, there we go. Now we see some swordsmen coming in. It'll take them some time to get to that objective, but they hopefully will be able to do so. Definitely neck and neck still. I mean, Zarik's is not within single point defense range, right? He needs more points before he can commit to just defending a single objective. He's getting pretty close, but it's still another minute or so before he's going to be able to do that. And the Empire is trying real hard to get this objective. Slans fights some swordsmen and another burning head in the back line there. Empire Knights charging out the Salamanders here, or the Razordons rather, as the Cold One Riders respond. We'll see. Shall see. Eventually, these Free Company do get pushed back, though. Pawhawk Sentinels, Saurus, and the Red Crests here fighting. Red Crests are going to trade really nicely against Empire Knights in a sustained melee combat like that. And then here, Swordsmen are coming in just, yeah, I mean, they're an infantry unit, so it's going to take them a long time to get to that objective. Bretonnian is in a position, if he could just get to the objectives, I think he could take it and win. But he is now within 3-cap range. Needs to get a 3 cap in order to win here. So let's see if he can do so. I just think that he has a distinct lack of mobility in his build. And again, like we see some huntsmen coming out. They could have come off the vanguard up on this high ground, shot these Saurus, and actually taken this objective probably by now. So just some macro mistakes here, I think, from True Bretonnian. Although he is winning the battle, ultimately not having his units in the right places at the right time, I think, is going to end up costing him the game here. But we'll see. And he certainly has, I mean, yeah, especially if Lizardmen retake this center objective, there's absolutely no chance for True Bretonnian to win this game, unfortunately. So a Lizardmen victory in a tournament final, nonetheless. That is very impressive stuff, I have to say. Empire always out of gas. See, with some macro differences, I think he could have taken the objectives enough to repressure here, but it's just not going to be enough at this stage. Allowed the Lizardmen to now pretty much reclaim this objective. No, not quite, actually. It looks like the Lizardmen moved off and are just allowing those Empire, the Sigmar Sons there to defend, but not that it matters. But yeah, like this high ground objective, these swordsmen are not going to take it particularly quickly by themselves. With these other 2 units hanging around, there's enough cavalry and enough chameleon models here that they can do it. So mainly war wagons are unstoppable. Yeah, it's true. Very, very true. True Bretonnian did manage to equalize pretty nicely on the number of units on the field, but just, yeah, a little bit of a not capitalizing and a lack of mobility too, I think. He needed pistoliers. I mean, I'm not even memeing. Like, I'm being serious right now. He needed pistoliers. He legit needed some pistoliers. And light cavalry is always going to be good in domination, especially given pistoliers DPS. And yes, they unload their ammo pretty quickly. This means you can unload and unsummon them and resummon them very fast. But yeah, a lack of pistoliers there. There's a few very key situations where some swift pistoliers into action would have captured those objectives away from the Lizardmen and forced them to respond with their slower units. You know, Lizardmen lacks fast cavalry. They don't have any light cavalry. Their only fast units are, like, really fast units, are these pterodons and whatnot. So pistoliers are generally relatively safe against them. But yeah, for the Lizardmen here, I love the pick of the Life Salon in domination if you can keep it protected. Ancient Salamander, also a nice risk-reward pick. A lot of the chameleons end up pretty much just barely paying for themselves. A few of them pay for themselves twice. Interesting to see their overall performance. The Cold One Riders, though, excellent. Always have been against Empire. Trade very cost-effectively with Empire Knights and are just generally an awesome unit in this matchup. The Razordons, unsung heroes here for finishing off Boris. Very, very key. And, of course, Coder Sotek doing a great job. Pharaoh Cold One's also very cost-effective in the right situation. So I love this from Zarix. Very nice Lizardman play. And just a superb showing from them in domination against the Empire, which is arguably also not the best faction in the world, but they can do quite well, and I do like this build quite a bit. You know, you've got your max war wagons, all of which do a great job. Huntsmen, a little bit misused here. I think these guys could have been replaced by pistoliers, and then you use some of the funds left over to upgrade a couple free company to 2 more pistoliers, and you take 4 pistoliers. And then I think you have the tools you need to win here, but yeah. Yeah, everyone you see here in this round does make the qualifier. So the ranking officially for today, I don't have a bracket, unfortunately, but yes, Zarix is actually the winner of the final for today. Yeah, so Zarix is number 1, and since this is technically the final, I know it says semifinal on there, but in fact, this is what the final was supposed to be. So, yeah, so Zarix is the victor. True Bretonnian comes in 2nd place, and then third and 4th are actually a tie for the 2 who had to drop, which is Blood Penguin and Thunderwolf. So, yeah, a little bit of a hard time today with some issues of people dropping out, not responding to chats and whatnot. Hopefully they get that smoothed out for future qualifiers going forward. But thank you all so much for coming out. It's been an absolute pleasure. Been an absolute blast. You guys are the best. Thanks for keeping me company through all of the good times and the other times. Yeah, that's it from